all that matters. What is that emote? That's crazy. That's crazy.
My name is Ryan Vu.
My name is Justin Rolon.
My name is Justin Garcia Quinones.
My name is Chenji.
My name is Brian Patientis.
My name is Raymond Asencow.
My name is Jasmine.
My name is Maya DeLong.
I'm Mark Etienne.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to St. John's.
Hello everybody and welcome to the EGF Rocket League Season 4, and we are just flying through the weeks right now, and today we have got St. John's versus Rochester, or RIT. It's myself, Matt Hayo, and George Overton on the comms.
Yeah, nice to see you guys. Hopefully you're all doing well and had a good week away from the Rocket League, but it's time to get back into it, and it is time to see who is going to be taking the points here today. Both of these teams fairly low down in the standings currently as we speak, but today is a chance for them to maybe start building somewhat of a comeback this season.
Yeah, definitely, and we were looking at the tables. You know, there's so many teams in here. I think it's 23 or 24 teams for the whole standing, so there's a long way to go, plenty of rounds to play, plenty of opportunities to win games, lose games, score lots of goals, and yeah, hopefully we're going to see, I think it's St. John's are still looking to pick up their first victory of the season and hoping to get it tonight against Rochester.
Yeah, I hope so. Obviously, we've seen St. John's do quite well in the Vincentian Cup in the FIFA side of things. We've seen them start to do quite a bit of a comeback in the FIFA terms as well, in the FIFA EGF, if anybody watches that. But let's see if they can kickstart that tonight here.
Yeah, and here we go. We are straight underway with our best of 5, and this is kind of a bit of a bottom of the table clash, so let's see who is going to come out on top today.
Yeah, Treachery going for the aerial, looking to play it straight into Nicholson, but unfortunately it was a good bit of defending. The aerial down there from Sebwood will just go straight in. ARL with the assist, and that'll be the first goal going the way of RIT.
Yeah, good start there for RIT, just 20 seconds in. A nice little bounce, just about followed up nicely there. And yeah, it may have actually come off of the St. John's player there last, but nevertheless, we see RIT taking the lead very early on. Still a long way to go in this one.
Yeah, RIT look like they have some very high skill level players in their team right this second. Treachery is the one doing a lot of the contesting for St. John's here, but not really able to get it into a good position until right now. Nick Lego putting it in a dangerous position, almost putting the goal by Rochester. Shot there by ARL. Sebwood looking for the double tap. Can he find it? Not this time, not enough boost.
Yeah, not quite. That was a pretty close one. I remember seeing yourself, George, posting some clips of Rocket League as well this week with some pretty tasty goals. And Sebwood almost there, getting the double tap.
Yeah, I wish I was as good as Sebwood was. I think he's actually about SSL level. So ARL with a goal there. Sebwood with the pass. Season 13 Grand Champion. So that's the kind of skill levels we're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen. Very high level, very good players.
Yeah, and that's it, and that's something with EGF, you know, you do get to find a lot of players. There's so many different teams, so many different schools and colleges involved, so there's going to be some skill differences, isn't there, from top to bottom of the league, but it's great to see that kind of, it's almost like that grassroots, isn't it? You've got some players that are going to be very experienced, you may have other teammates that are not so experienced, all coming together in the name of competition and the name of fun at the same time.
Yeah, very true. Aerial with the well-timed rotations to make sure that he can get there to block the shot. Python goes for it, knocks it off the backboard, but can't find the shot on target. Chance for Shane maybe to go for something a little bit fancy. ARL is there, knocks it into a good position, but Sebwood with fantastic positional awareness knows exactly where the ball's going to be, and once again knows exactly where he's going to be.
Yeah, Sebwood's definitely been someone we've spoken about quite a lot so far, but been heavily involved in all aspects so far. We might even see him get back in here. Lovely little touch over the top of Shane there, and just well cleared up by Nick Lego, who is following up, and ARL up for the contest once again. We'll see St. John's now trying to build from the back. It's a long ball down to the corner, and Nick does challenge it well, but There's another RIT player in the mix to keep it away.
It's a good opportunity there for St. John's. A little bit of a misplay from Woolpython, kind of misjudged the play, and once again he has done just that. Just misjudging the pace of the ball a little bit there. Seemed like a simple save, but the pre-flip has kind of caught him out. He can't readjust himself, and Nick Lego gets himself a goal. That's DePaul's first, or sorry, St. John's first.
Yeah, St. John's first goal, and let's see if they can start the comeback. They probably, in the standings would be classed as the underdogs, but Shane Aresta coming through there. Lovely bit of skill, but we've got Woolpython now. Treachery is there to clean up, and nobody up on the follow-up there, but yeah, everything, again, a bit like last week that we saw, every single ball is being contested. It's good to see people in the right positions as well. You've got to get that cover. It's really important to have someone covering the goal, and it's going to be a good save there from Sebwood. I think that may have just been going on to maybe the crossbar. I'll tell you what, St. John's are knocking on the door after scoring that goal.
Yeah, Sebwood with a beautiful pass. ARL looking for the redirect. Double tap! No! Just inches away. That would have been absolutely outrageous. Sebwood goes up and puts it down. Dunks it on all three of the St. John's players. What a beautiful goal for Rochester.
Yeah, Woolpython did really well there. Sort of floated it up and then went for the knockdown. Sebwood was just there, just lurking, and like you say, outjumps all three of the St. John's players. Now 3-1 with 1:47 left on the clock.
That would have been absolutely outrageous. An absolutely outrageous goal if that double tap went in from ARL. Not to beat Woolpython. Misreads it a little bit. It's a great touch from the St. John's player. ARL looking for something fancy. Goes for can't get the flip reset. Maybe just a little bit too far in front of him, but a great effort nonetheless.
Yeah, treachery there just to shut that one down. It was pretty good. And at the moment, in my opinion, it looks a little like St. John's are kind of maybe contesting almost 2v1 every time. Maybe just need to slow it down. There's a lovely bit of setup here, and the ball's not quite going to fall away, but it is in the end. I tell you what, great assist from ARL there. Never kind of gave up on that one. Saw his teammate coming in from behind. Look at this lovely little backflip, sets it right up. And again, I just feel like St. John's are maybe competing, two players going for the same ball at the same time, which is kind of leaving them a bit outnumbered when the ball breaks free.
Yeah, they are. It does look like they're struggling a little bit on the rotation side of things at the moment, but we'll have to see if that's something they can improve on as we get later in the game. Aerial, nice touchdown from Nick Lego to get it away from goal. Woolpython looking to claim the ball there, but it's a good contest. Nice aerial from Shane if he can get to the rebound, but not enough boost. Took it a little bit away from himself. Treachery comes in with a rebound though. Might look for some fancy, but can't do it once again.
Yeah, just ran out of boost right at the end, but straight away picking up the 100 boost on landing, which was great. Maybe just a little bit too late, and it's another good clearance from Nick Lego. And it's very much end-to-end right now, isn't it? And you've got to say, though, at the moment, although Treachery's made a good knockdown there, but kind of in front of his own goal, he's going to chase it away up against Woolpython, who does well enough to slow it down, and Treachery trying to keep the move alive. Goes down as a save for ARL, and so far we've only seen 2 demos today, whereas the game last week I think we had about 11 in almost every single game, didn't we? Last week it was a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, it was very physical, that match. Very physical indeed. Chance for Treachery, but good save there once again. Nick Lego with the pinch. ARL gets hold of it, but none of his teammates there. Will hit the ground, and that will be the first win at the best of 5 for Rochester. Well deserved. They performed fantastically, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see the scores there, Sebwood with a hat-trick, 3-1. Not too much to shout about from the St. John's team. They did get a goal, and there were some nice plays in there. You can see here, though, look at this, 11 shots for Rochester. So, they were kind of knocking on the door, plenty of chances created. Only actually making 4 saves as well, but, still doing pretty well there. But yeah, Sebwood with the hat-trick looked pretty good in Game 1, and we'll have to see if Rochester can keep up that kind of level of performance going into Game 2.
Yeah, obviously, when they've got somebody on their team like Sebwood, CRL Spring 2022 champion, contender, so that's a very high level of Collegiate Rocket League right there. So if you don't know, he is performing at a very high level. He's done it in the past. Can he do it again? We'll have to see how he performs in the second game.
Yeah, definitely, and it's one of those, because it's a best of 5 as well. There is time, if you lose one game, there is the opportunity to kind of rectify that, maybe work out, maybe St. John's look and say, right, what were Rochester doing better than us? And from my perspective, I may not be the best person to call this, but I often saw St. John's having 2 players going for the same ball for the contest. Every time the ball broke free, it was almost 2v1 then to Rochester as soon as the ball broke. So maybe St. John's just need to call out, and maybe an earlier call out for who's going for the ball. Maybe it's Treachery goes for it, maybe Nick's up for it, maybe Shane's up for it. But it's kind of strategizing who's going to be on the rotation cover as well. So we'll see if they can improve. 4-1 to Rochester though was a pretty strong performance in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. Rochester did. They performed very well. St. John's maybe just need to communicate a little bit better with the rotation play and stuff like that. Like I said, if they're contesting the same ball at the same time, obviously that could be a little bit of an issue. But the players are getting into lobby, so we should be getting ready to go very shortly. Just waiting on the Rochester players. Maybe celebrating after that game, because there's a lot of fancy plays. It's got to be said, there were a lot of very nice, very clean, fancy plays, and we almost saw a double tap out of Sebwood. I think it was a really nice redirect into the double tap attempt. It would have been beautiful, and just some really clean passing work, some really good teamwork between ARL and Sebwood. But we are ready to get into the game.
We are ready for game 2, so let's see how we get on. RIT getting the first touch on, but Nick Lego is able to scoop it straight up and almost creating an early chance there. Wolf Python just occupying the goal there, making sure there's no early kickoff goals, as we love to see those nice and early. And Nick Lego already getting involved once again. There's some good defending, to be fair, from ARL there. And just wanted to touch on you saying about the good passing between ARL and Sebwood. I think it was like the 3rd goal they scored, where ARL did that backflip, and that is a lovely ball into the box there. I'll tell you what, lovely little pinch off the top corner.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. He knew exactly what they wanted to do there. It was just an absolutely picture perfect. Smashed it into the top of the wall, got the perfect angle on it so it bounced down with too much pace. St. John's couldn't really react in time, and once again Rochester go a goal up. Are we going to see a potential whitewash here for the first time? We'll have to see. We need to see some improvement out of St. John's going forward, because right now they just seem to be out of creative options, a little bit too slow, just getting caught out. We'll have to see what they can create though.
Yeah, I've got to say, based on the Rocket League that we've seen so far in this game, I'm quite surprised that Rochester are further down the table, sitting in 20th, St. John's in 23rd, and I tell you what, Shane Aresta has come in and has equalised after just sort of 30 seconds after they conceded. Bit of a solo effort there, just flicked it up, and there's not really anyone on the cover. ARL scrambling towards the goal, but unable to reach. We're back in the game now, 1 goal apiece.
Yeah, just a bit too fast once again, just caught Rochester just slightly off guard with the speed of the play. Came off the wall with a tornado spin while he was boosted. There's another goal from Sebwood, and that does just need to go down too. Unfortunately, lads, nobody was on back post. We was all in the air, not near the ball. It's just unlucky. It's unfortunate. It just needs to be communicated a little bit better in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be honest though. Rochester's attacking threat is crazy. They're just creating
really
so many chances. What I think it is a bit like I touched on last week. You have to have a lot of trust in your teammate. Whether it's the person that's going up for the pass, going up for the pinch, going up for the contest, you have to trust that person to win it, and then the player following up has to be in the right position at the right time. And it is all about that communication. It is absolutely key. And at the moment, it is all one way. RIT now find themselves 3-1 up. They scored 3 goals in about a minute. And St. John's staring down the barrel a little bit here.
I don't know if you saw that, Matt, but I think it was Nick Lego and Shane. They bumped into each other, and they both went absolutely flying away from goal. So that was the reason why that one went in, I think. But either way, Rochester with another great goal.
Yeah, I mean, teammate collisions are the worst, aren't they? I mean, any collision is rough, whether it's just someone bumping you or going for the demo. But yeah, when it's a teammate. And even here, you can see there, Treachery is up there all alone, puts the ball into the middle, and there's 2 Rochester players on the line. It's easy defence. But yeah, it's looking rough for St. John's. We'll see if they can improve. Again, it's best of 5, so even if they go 2-0 down, there is still a chance.
There is still a chance. There is time. The one thing that St. John's do not have yet this season is a win. So we'll have to see whether they can pull it back, or whether Rochester are just going to keep on improving, keep on getting these lovely fancy goals. Shane going up for something fancy there. ARL with the shot.
Even the angles there, ARL, you know, has no right really to get that one across, but he puts it in an area that's forcing the St. John's players to make good saves as well and change position. They're trying to pull them out from the goal. You know, they're just being pulled from side to side at the moment.
The level of passing with Rochester is really high. Some of the passes are really clean. It does take a high-level player, a good player, to kind of read these kind of passes that they're making. I think Sebwood making quite a lot of them. Nice save there from Nick Lego, had to be there. And yeah, it's the way they've been playing the last couple of games. They've just been playing very cleanly, and the passing with each other is 100% the biggest factor in it.
Yeah, definitely. We may see a chance here for St. John's, but once again, the Rochester team lining up on the goal line to shut it down, and they may get another chance here. Oh, two defenders there playing off each other, but again, there's nobody up here for St. John's, so there's just so much time. You know, it's almost like Rochester have the ability to knock the ball into the air. I think they're maybe a little bit more confident on their aerials.
Yeah, it's. I think they are definitely going up for more aerials, that is for sure, and they're winning a lot more aerials. We're seeing there. Shane, chance to put it in the goal, but ARL once again cutting it out. Yeah, I think they're much more confident with their aerials and their passes and whether they can get on the end of those passes, because we see that just the difference between St. John's passing and the reaction to the ball and which direction it's being sent in, and the reaction from the Rochester players is very different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's almost a lot of direct passing as well from Rochester. You know, everything's kind of heading towards goal. They're not tending to play the ball kind of just aimlessly into the corners. You know, the player that does knock it down the wing into the corner will be the one chasing it and looking to set up somebody in the middle. So there's a lot more planning and precision involved, as far as I can tell. ARL there knocking it straight across, and again you've got Warpipe that is out there. Shot towards goal on the Rochester defence. Not having to be working too hard. Obviously it was 4-1 to Rochester in the first, and there may be a fourth here. Lovely defence there from Shane in the end. ARL, lovely little juggle there. Sebwood, who's been talked about plenty so far. He was the hat-trick hero in the first game. Don't think he's got all three in this one, has he? Just the single.
Yeah, just the one so far. We'll have to see if there's a final goal, and that's an absolute banger from Warpipe. Look at the power on that. 13 miles per hour, just because it hit the bar, but look at this. Got under the ball, got under it, got the nose on the nose on the ball as well. Absolutely gorgeous finish.
Yeah, didn't give Treachery much of a chance to save that, and yeah, really good strike, and that was actually Warpipe's hat-trick. So they've had a hat-trick hero in both games. It's looking likely to be 4-1 and 4-1. Although there is a late scramble here, that's a good finish there from Treachery. Didn't have a chance with the save particularly, and ensures that Rochester don't have a chance with this one. There was a miss off the wall, but it's simple tapping in the end. And yeah, that will probably go down as 4-2. Just 1 second left on the clock. Should be an unassailable lead now, unless the ball can just not touch the ground, but we will see. Yeah, there we go. 4-2, so a slight improvement on the offence from St. John's, but still conceding 4 goals. It's tough out there for St. John's right now, but they've just got to keep at it. You know, they have improved from the first game. We're on to game 3 now. Obviously, if Rochester do win this game, they do win the series this evening. So St. John's now have everything to do, and they need to win all 3 in a row now if they're going to register their first win of the season.
Yeah, so just looking at the ranks of the players, Treachery and Nick Lego are Grand Champ Season 6 and Grand Champ Season 9. On the other end of Rochester, they've got a Season 4 Grand Champ, they've got a CRL Spring 2022 Contender, and a Season 13 Grand Champ. So all of these players are very, very good at the game. They're all very decent level, high level. But right now, Rochester's communication for me is just that one thing edging it.
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? And you know, Rocket League is that kind of game, isn't it? Though, where communication plays such a part. You've obviously got to have the ability to make contact, to contest, to do aerials, to play great offense and defense. But communication can separate the winning team from the losing team. As simple as that. Because, like you said, most players here are very similar ability, but very, very good. And they can spring surprises out of anywhere. By having that communication when all your players are similarly ranked, can be the key.
Yeah, it can indeed. Maybe go for a pinch there, ARL, but no, can't get on the end of it. Nick Lego clears away. Shane with a really nice little attempt there off the wall. But once again, Rochester, they were two players. They were like, one was in front of the other, and you know, if the ball goes over him, the other guy's there to clear it up. It's very simple basics of Rocket League, but they're doing it very well.
Yeah, it's just having that extra player behind, isn't it? You know, if there's a mistake, you know, someone's there to kind of clear it up if someone doesn't win it. Because like I said, Shane had a nice touch there, just dinked it over the first challenger. And yeah, I don't think it was ARL, I think it was maybe Sebwood, was it? That was on the, oh no, Wallpython was on the line, just clearing up behind. So
Rule 1.
Having those there, and ARL is there once again. Is he going to be the hat-trick hero this time? Hasn't got a hat-trick. We've seen Sebwood with 3, we've seen Wallpython with 3. Is this ARL's game for 3?
I'd say ARL has probably been one of the best players on the pitch, 100%. Definitely looked, you know, creating consistently. So many chances and opportunities for his teammates. A little bit of a whiff there, though. Is Treachery going to be able to get there? No, cleared away. And St. John's not in with a chance of getting there, but a good bump from Nick Lego to send, I'm not too sure whoever it was flying away. I think it might have been Sebwood. But yeah, good defending.
Yeah, that was a shame because I thought actually they got the sort of the lucky bounce, didn't they, really, from kickoff. I mean, the ball can almost go anywhere because it's always a straightforward challenge, isn't it? A race to get there. And off the backboard, there's no one really following up, though, for St. John's. And those are the kind of moments there that have been making the difference, I think, in this series. Where the ball breaks there was no St. John's player, but if the ball breaks at the other end, you know someone from Rochdale is going to be flying in full speed and making a good contact.
Yeah, for sure. With 3 minutes into this, 2 minutes into this game, 3 minutes left in this game, Wallpython with a nice clear off the backboard. Send it back to the other way. Treachery with a really powerful banger, and there it is. Shane Arresta. He gets his goal.
Yeah, beautiful follow-up there. I actually thought that Treachery's shot there was great in the first place, but kind of split the two Rochester players. I don't think either one knew if the other one was going for it, and yeah, it went straight between the two, kind of off the backboard really, and yeah, set up nicely there for the goal for Shane Arresta.
Yeah, 100%. With a nice clearance off the backboard there as well. ARL putting it in the middle for Wallpython, but can't quite get it on target. Nice set from Wallpython once again. Shane Arresta goes the other way. Aerial coming out. Nick Lego pinch into the middle. Treachery clears away. And this is just how it's been the last 2 games, the last 3 games, including this one. Just Rochester pinning St. John's into their own half, and it has been absolutely brutal watching it. They're not able to get out of their half very often, but when they do, they try to do something, but it's just,
I was going to interject and say, actually, in fairness, they have defended quite a lot better in this third game, but I didn't want to jinx it. And they're getting away with it a little bit here. They're a little bit stretched. Defending well, though, and keeping it out, and there might be another chance. Shane Arresta puts it down, does make a bit of a block, and it falls the way here. You can see Shane Arresta just making a bit of a tap on the ball here, and didn't really do enough with it. Not enough contact there, and Sebwood squeezes it in, just rolling up the inside of the post there. 2-1 now to Rochester, and they are in control. It's the third game of the best of 3. They've won 4-1, 4-2. They're 2-1 up in the third. Could this be it?
Could this be it? Could this be all they need to do? It doesn't even need a tap in on the end. Sebwood just sends it straight in, and that's one of those goals where you look at it and you go, well, I'll take it. It wasn't pretty, but we'll take it. ARL with the assist, and that, for me, unless there is a crazy 1 minute 46, well, that is Rocket League, isn't it? 1 minute 46 is ages to get 2 goals. Let's see what St. John's can do. Let's see if they can pull it back.
It is. It only really takes a couple of seconds for a goal, doesn't it? Whether it's from the kickoff or, you know, it can take one pinch, can't it? Or just one miss or one moment of brilliance. We might see a chance here. But I just think Rochester have been so good at clearing up. You know, every time somebody is there, especially in the defence. You know, again, Sebwood is back here. He's ready to clear it. I'm sure there's somebody below him in the goal right now already. And you can see there, there's 2 of them. It's almost like one person goes up to contest. You know, they go for it. They might try and make a play. If they don't get it, someone else moves forward. But they always seem to have 2 players back in defence right now.
Yeah, it's just clean rotations. It's just clean, simple very good communication. It's easy to do to a good degree, but oh my god, that is an absolutely ridiculous shot from Sebwood once again, showing his prowess, showing his skill level. Look at that, absolutely beautiful shot with a redirect. Lovely stuff. But yeah, it's you know, rotations are one of those things. You can do it good pretty easily, but can you do it amazingly? Can you do it very, very well like these players can? It's very difficult to do, but
chance from the kickoff. We love a good one of those. I was just gonna say, the ball just got stuck between everybody, and I just saw the back marker there, you know, from Rochester. Went out to get the 100 boost, and Warpython unable to scramble back in time. An absolute gift. It is 4-2, so again, you know, it's not completely over. 53 seconds to go. If they could just repeat that a few times, they would be very happy. But yeah, just touching on the amount of goals. Oh, lovely play there. I think, yeah, Earl got the goal, and I think, was it Sebwood was looking, I think he was going to be in the way here. He did really well to get out of the way here. And it was Warpython, got out of the way. The bump was probably a bit unnecessary, actually. I don't think the defender would have got there, but still, you've got to make the play just in case.
I think the bump's very important there. You know, it's something that people have started learning slowly over time in Rocket League. Demos and bumps are one of the most important things in the game. Taking that one player out of rotation, having that gap in the rotation, is such a massive thing. And we saw just there from Warpython, he took out the guy on front post, or sorry, on back post, and then nobody's there to save it. If he didn't do that bump, there is a high chance that he would have got there, but you know, it's all to do with the speed and how fast can you half flip to it and stuff like that. But yeah, it was fantastic effort.
Yeah, definitely. I also wanted to touch on goals. Sebwood has got his second hat-trick of the evening as well. So ARL actually has 2 goals in this. So unless ARL can score with the ball not touching the ground now, he'll be the only one not to bag a hat-trick tonight for Rochester. And
keep it up.
Might still get a chance. Come on, Al. Let's get that hat-trick.
Keep up,
Will he
boys.
get it? Will he get it? It's still in the air. We're still playing.
Ooh.
I'm desperate to see if ARL can bag himself a hat-trick as well. It might look fairly unlikely, but they're still going to keep going. He doesn't get one, but he does get a 2. Anyway, beautiful play from Rochester. Very much deserving of the victory this afternoon. 5-2. So the score's fairly consistent. You know, 4-1 victory, then a 4-2 victory, and a 5-2 victory. So really well played to Rochester. Unlucky to St. John's. I think just to work on that communication, just work on one player contesting, maybe even take away what Rochester were doing, you know, having one player contest and making an early play, and then having 2 players in goal on the defence, or maybe just leave one there the whole time, whatever works best. But a little bit more communication from St. John's, and I can see him picking up a win very soon.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. And I'll be honest, RIT though, they just performed absolutely brilliantly, didn't they? They've got to put on a little bit of a run of form here and get higher up them standings, because they look good enough to do just that. They are a very skilled team. Some of the passing was beautiful, and you know, you get practicing a lot as a team. You kind of hone these things even more. You get better and better, and yeah, it is a great one. But yeah, we've got Butler versus Arlington coming up next on the stream, which should be pretty good. Not too sure if we have an interview right this very second, but I think that is all that me and Matt have to do for commentating tonight. So thank you very much for watching. Matt, any final words on that series?
No, I think, you know, Rochester deserved the victory. St. John's, they still showed some good signs of, you know, good fighting spirit as well. There were some very good skillful moments in there. A little bit more communication. They're going to pick up a win really soon, so keep your eyes on them. But yeah, we do have plenty more Rocket League action for you this evening. We are going to have an interview, we're told. So we will have that very, very shortly. And it'll be one of the Rochester players. And there's plenty of goals to choose from as well. So I'm sure we can discuss, depending on who the player is, we can discuss on how many goals they had and yeah, how many hat-tricks they had this evening.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Are we sending it to a break before we go to the interview, Mr. Producer? We are. Okay, fantastic. So we are going to throw it to a very quick break before we bring back this interview for you guys. So go grab yourselves a quick cup of water. We'll be back in a second.
How are we doing, everybody? We are back, and we have Wall Python from Rochester. So let's dive straight in. Great victories tonight: 4-1, 4-2, and 5-2. You guys obviously working pretty well in sync with everyone, so good communication. How do you guys get into each rotation? Who decides who goes up for a challenge? Who's the one that's always kind of in the middle as well, looking to tap it in?
So during the matches, we were trying to be pretty adaptable. So a big part of the rotations was just talking with each other, kind of knowing where we were. So we tried mixing it up, trying to find out who played best in the middle. My teammate Subword, I think he was a big play creator and getting us started on a lot of the attacks. So we tried to kind of revolve around him in the center. He also scored a lot, so it was very helpful to have him.
Yeah, he got in 2 of the games he got 3 in one, 3 in another. You got a hat trick as well. ARL got 2 in the last one. We were hoping Earl was going to get that hat trick, but it just didn't quite happen.
Not quite, but we were definitely keeping the pedal down, trying to go as hard as we could, keep scoring, keeping that lead. So that way we kept making sure we had that winning position, but we didn't want to let up and kind of let them back into the game per se.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so you talk about the kind of like the pace of the game and like keeping on top of your opponents. How important is it for your team? Do you often talk about, we need to keep them pinned in their half and then play slower in our half until we can get the ball out? Or do you like to go full pace all the time? How important is the speed for you in Rocket League?
I think it depends on who you play with. Some people tend to be a little more passive than others, but the speed is very important. You want to kind of be quick to the ball and not hesitate, because if you're not quick and you're going to hesitate, half the time the team's going to beat you, so that you'll start losing more challenges and they'll have more control of the game and the tempo. So being fast is very important, just making a quick decision and trying to keep that boost managed to keep that speed.
100%.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Congratulations on winning tonight as well. It's second victory. Obviously, we're still waiting to see St. John's first victory of the season, so hopefully they can get that next week. But yeah, it'd be good to see if you guys can put on a good streak, and we'll see you climb up the standings hopefully in the next few weeks.
Yeah, that'd be. I'm excited to keep playing, hopefully, and just enjoying trying to put my best out there.
Awesome.
Nice. Well,
congratulations.
Yeah, no, sorry, Matt, you go ahead.
No, you go. That's it. I'm done with questions.
Well, Wall Python, thank you very much for the cheeky little interview and congratulations on the win. Hopefully you can build a little bit of a comeback in the second half of the split, and hopefully we can see you climb up the table a little bit.
All right, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, no worries. So thank you very much for watching this match, guys. That's all from me and Matt. So we will catch you guys next week, but make sure you catch the next match tonight, which is going to be Butler versus Arlington.
As Bulldogs, we believe in the Butler way, in doing more than our best, in putting team above self, and unleashing our strengths for the greater good. We're selfless. We're united. We're unwavering. Now more than ever.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EGFC Rocket League. I'm Septilence, that's Tenric, and this is Butler versus Arlington. We're starting off pretty strong here, honestly, Tenric. These are two teams that are going to be going strong, both looking to secure this win, as they both kind of need it, one more than the other. And after this, we've got 3 more series. After that, I think there's even 3 more when we're gone. So it is a full-blown day of Rocket League here at the EGFC.
Yeah, still a whole lot more games to play, but like you said, Arlington and Butler, 2 teams that are really looking for that next win. Arlington is always a pretty dominant run so far, but did get handed their first loss in the previous split, so they're a little bit behind in the standings. Meanwhile, Butler just on the cusp of that playoff cutoff, which isn't really the worst deal right now because there's still much more season to play, but of course, you want that psychological battle to be at least a little bit won, and with that 6-3 record, Butler is just a loss away from falling short and going down to, I think, either 9th or 10th place in those standings coming into tonight, which can definitely be painful going into the exact halfway point of the season if you're on a week-by-week basis. But Butler has had some great matchups thus far. They've been able to hold their own. And Arlington, although they're always a great team, although they're always a CRL team, although they are always Arlington, I gotta say, here in EGF, they've been looking a tad bit weaker lately.
I have to agree. Arlington is a powerhouse squadron, one we often find at the top of the roster, but that first loss does bleed through. A couple of the more recent wins were probably closer than they'd like, and maybe there is a way to bring this Goliath down. Butler may be the team to do that. They're going to have to play their hearts out, though, Tenric. This is one of those series, you go into it, you're like, all right, we're going to give it our best, but statistically, we might have to say hello to another loss. Polkadot goes out early into the corner. I'm going to ignore the kickoff and get an eye on Polkadot. Went for a full boost. Goes to play a hard defense, and is it going to work out? Butler, a very quick ball maintenance, but looks like it's going to be stolen away. UTA just kicking up to that speed they know and love. Like that.
Oh, wow. Polkadot able to carry it right after. And that's exactly what you expect when you talk about UT Arlington, when you go to a game with UT Arlington. You just expect chemistry like that. Players know each other like the back of their hand. They've scrimmed and played every CRL and collegiate team under the sun at this point. They've been through it all when it comes to the scene. And, despite the blemish on the record here, despite how there may have been some whispers about some new kings and legends in the EGF standings, UTA is still here to stay.
UTA here to stay all day, every day. They want to establish a dominance early, not even 30 seconds off the clock yet, and they're ready to re-establish that dominance we know and love them for. Could be a bit of a blunder here, though, from Butler. UTA gets completely into center field for free. Polkadot, definitely kind of the leading horseman of this charge so far. It seems like when Polkadot's down, the rest of UTA is right behind him to try and find that early goal. Butler, an open goal on the far side. Polkadot lets it fall up and over, and not going to roll in, though. There's another great block from UTA, keeping us at a 1-0 scoreline. Friday has the lineup. There's the follow-through, and Kai ties us up 1-1.
And that's a great pickoff off of a faulty recovery there from UTA after there was not enough time given to that ball, and Nava unable to actually grapple it back after the corner kick left a wide open opportunity for Butler that they were able to very easily take advantage of. Swarmed on that goal the second they were able to get that mild bit of control and that a tiny, lack of concession from UTA. And now that's just tied things up. We are back to a reset game, just about a minute and a half in here, and UTA back already on the prowl. This 3-man cycle is in, and they only need 2 after Sin gets demoed. Polkadot brings UTA right back to their comfort zone.
They launch it in there. They just find the absolute cleanup goal for UTA. A minute 18 off the clock, and Butler got to be feeling at least a little bit confident. They're not even into the halfway point. They're only down by 1. They answered that first goal with one of their own earlier, so they know they can score on this team. They've just got to do it again. I have seen this squadron before from Butler. I know they're very talented. I know they're very powerful, and I know, like we talked about, they're absolutely looking for a win today, Tenric. This first game, though, going to dictate a lot on how the rest of the series might fall.
For sure, this sets a major precedent for how the series is going to go. Both of these teams more than seasoned enough. Butler has had a lot of brushes with CRL as well, obviously, and so they know how to play against Arlington at that higher level. They know how to play against Arlington when the chips are down, because they've had to do it so many times at this point. 3 minutes left on the clock. It doesn't necessarily make it any easier knowing that, though. You still have to perform, and so far Arlington been able to lead on that possession for the most part. Good late touch there, but Nava has the recovery. And Arlington is able to eventually cede this back, keep this in midfield, keep this in net neutrality until they maintain dominance. But that can take a second for them, though, against a team that is able to 50 as consistently as that. Great contest up in the air, a second one off the corner, but it leads to Sin being able to get the boom.
Just now getting ready to enter the second half of game number 1. Kai goes for a Hail Mary shot. Nava there to block it out and keeping UTA in the lead. Sin, a bit of a wonky hit up into the no man's land. No collapse follows through fast enough. And Morales, a second attempt of their own. Polka Dot blocks that out. UTA, bottom of the back foot, stuck in a bit of an odd defense, but standing strong for the moment.
Yeah, still holding on, and I think that's the biggest part of playing this game against UTA now. It's tough to say prioritize defense, but in a situation where Arlington is knowingly able to go toe-to-toe with you, like that beautiful threat in the upper 90, and Nava will officially extend this UTA lead. They were looking for it. Butler could deny it for a while, but it's not even necessarily attrition. It's just able to the ability to trade more efficiently.
Trading is the name of the game after it all ends, and as we enter that second minute, or I guess third minute technically, but only 2 left on the clock, UTA has equalized the gap early. Can they keep it? Kai, a great demolition. Nava, a great shot on goal, and Butler, a bit of a wonky defense, but it looks like it's going to keep them up and running. 100 seconds remain, 1 goal per 52 seconds, give or take, and Butler found 1. Tenrick has been a silent game since then.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just all bark, no bite. This game from Butler for the most part, these past 2 minutes at least. But that bark can still speak volumes. Good shot by Kai. Blocked by Sin in the upper 90, though. And that cycle will maintain itself. Sin demoed again. Hasn't stopped Arlington before, though. They don't have to worry about getting anything off of it, though. Polka Dot's still going to try. Bluffs 1, but Butler has that defense open. That support system still steady despite the gap. They've got to turn it into something.
Got to turn it into something. It's like you've got all the pieces. You just need to find that final one, and perhaps it slipped out of the box onto the floor. Butler not able to complete that puzzle here in game 1, but there's a beauty of it being a game 1, right? In the fact that there's at least 2 more to try and answer out.
With this ball still in Butler territory, that's not exactly easy. Oh, another 50, though, on Butler's way. It's a nice touch. Sin forced to block. Double commit off it. Backboard up. Butler has no position proper yet. Gets it back in the corner, though. Morales around 1. UTA's a bit crowded, but good boom will force Friday to knock it back up and reset the cycle. And with only 30 seconds to go, you don't have that much of a luxury.
Oh.
But an own goal by UTA will certainly set the record straight after all that pressure was posed in the first place. What an interesting happening, Seth.
What an interesting happening indeed. The own goal, not something we expect to see, but the defense a bit wonky, a bit clunky, and unfortunately not able to box out that second goal. Butler with 25 seconds left. This game absolutely within their clutches, at least to go forward and force an overtime. Going to be tough against a behemoth team like UTA. However, I'm expecting to see a very complicated game of just that classic keep-away play style, right? They don't have the ball to score. We don't have to worry about any scoring, and with the play style that UTA tends to bring out, that overextended dominance is how they perform.
Is it weakness or is it inconsistency? And do we see that going forward in these games? As this ball is going to get boomed, cleared, and killed.
There we go.
By UTA. Sin, technically a shot on goal to pad the stats with, but no matter. At that point, Arlington able to take the 3-2 win. Ended up being a little more close than I think a lot of people expected, at least for that game 1. People expected Arlington to, I think, get their feet off the ground a little bit quicker because that's just what Arlington does. But they were forced into a little more neutral than I think they expected, and Butler was winning a lot of 50s. I will say that. Their offense was looking great once they could get it going. The problem was Arlington just didn't allow that too often.
Yeah, and we look at Arlington. They had 9 shots on goal, only 1 more than Butler, who had 8 shots on goal. That game separated by only a single point. So while it is a loss for Butler, and we statistically expected it to be one, they're keeping it way closer than I think we were prepared for. Arlington dropping the ball a little bit, that own goal really damaging them into that run. And the first game win is a victory. Is the second one going to be as well, Tenrick? It's going to be a toss-up. If Butler can come out and dominate fast like they wanted to early, it could work well. But if Arlington finds another 5-second goal and puts themselves in the lead, they might never leave it once again.
Well, Arlington winning the kickoff, but actually backing off a little earlier to maintain their boost a little more effectively, and that will help them in the long run here, as Kai is already forced to retreat back to the corner, and that forces BU into a unoptimized 2-1 cycle, and with another miss there, Polka Dot's able to farm that first shot, and BU condensed a little bit too early here. 30 seconds in, and UTA is able to keep knocking on this front door. Nava able to tap off the ceiling. Kai, the third man, though, can help with that coverage still. UTA abiding by that midfield, attempting to make sure BU can't break out. And they're succeeding for the most part so far. There's only been, you know, one boom at a time. They're going to try a two-man push here, but too much to contest already. That should be an easy boom by Sin. Actually interrupted early by Friday, but Sin's able to carry it. Kai's able to 50 it, though, and BU maintaining this pressure for, again, a lot longer than I think a lot of people would have, you know, admitted BU could do before this match started.
Absolutely. There's a lot of kind of familiarity bias in the fact that we know UTA is good. Butler, they haven't been here in the EGF for long, so they're still a wild card. I have seen this team perform in a couple of other collegiate organizations, a couple of other collegiate events, and they always seem to do very well, making it into the upper echelon. EGF giving them a run for their money. UTA, the team to do it this week. Morales, no boost in the tank, can't get there fast enough. Nava, a blockout, but Butler getting so close to taking the lead in that moment.
A great shot, and also a great way to waste some time there as well for the rest of the U to get that boost back, with Polkadot reversing so much of that progress with the demo onto Friday. Now the shot, Morales the save, and now the boom coming through for the remainder of that roundup. Polkadot 50'd away early, and again, Morales able to recover. But UTA is attempting to once again get this cycle going. Interruption after interruption keeps this in pretty aggressive neutrality for the most part. Kai, attempted shot, interrupted early. Wonky corner bounce. Wow. And UTA all of a sudden has control. Check client side for that one. That was a nuts ricochet, dude.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to be a goal in, but the ricochet disrupts the entirety of that momentum. Nava gets ball control up into the corner, has to clear it down toward their own goal. Polkadot in the wings, looks for a strike. Morales knocks it up, and they're going to try to spike it back down. Kai catches it from the mid, smacks it into center field. No follow-up, no goal, but Friday there to play once again, keeping the block in favor of Butler. This is insanely close, back and forth. Each time a team takes the lead, their opponent is right there in front of them to equalize once again.
No team taking bait just yet, an open net after another whiff. Is that a shot on target? Not fast enough. Morales able to recover, but UTA is not going to let that slide. Frontline massacre already into the middle of the goal, and Nava has enough power behind that punch. UTA will finally take the lead.
That'll do it, no doubt about it. We see a very strong performance coming out from the side of UTA. It's been neck and neck, it's been danger close, but that's one of my favorite things about Rocket League is there's no way to draw this. There's no way to tie it up. It's about finding a W, even by that single point, which UTA very well may have. Butler answered a goal back in game number 1. Can they do it here in game 2? A strong start from Friday. Gets the setup, goes for a waterfall shot off the top of goal and can't find the lineup. Sin, disruptor now off of Nava. Back towards center field, hurtling toward the goal of Butler. A great setup towards center, but a disruption. Double commit from Butler. Is it going to cost them a goal?
At this stage, it would be catastrophic for that to happen, but they're able to get the counterattack going. Kai up to the ceiling. This could work if Morales has a good bounce, but doesn't have enough speed behind it, unfortunately, and that's just residual from the lack of boost that came from the fact that you had to counterattack. So, you know, no, not too much smoke blown from that, I think. 90 seconds to go here as Butler again maintains this pressure. They're doing so for these longer stretches, and it's starting to wear down on Arlington a tiny bit. That attrition starting to pay off, but not in the numbers. And after 70 more seconds, that's where it's gonna count. Good shot, not on target though, and the pressure has to be abandoned for momentarily. And UTA able to try and get these pinches, but again, BU more consistent with the 50s and now more consistent with the pressure than ever. Good tap back up to the backboard, but again, too slow, and UTA another block.
It's such a bummer. It feels like Butler's doing so much right. 3 shots on goal. All of them fall just a little short, but that little bit going the longest way against this squadron. Final 45 seconds of the matchup. Now Butler was able to sneak a goal in around this time back in game number 1. Can they mimic it? Can they mirror the game back to back and find a little bit more value to strike?
Too much more time to do it. They're going to go for the 3-man cycle. Another whiff on the wall leads to Morales having to take the reins, but Sin is able to get rid of it early. Polkadot going to try and tap it in himself! And a solid double tap is going to give UTA, I believe, the final nail in the coffin here for game 2.
I think it's got to be 20 seconds. Butler, unfortunately, has gone through about a 5-minute drought. They have to score twice in 20 seconds. A tough spot to be in, Tenrick, no doubt about it. And well, it's close. Another close game. It seems like it's a close game every time, but Butler just can't break that upper threshold. They can't break the close. They just keep finding themselves stuck in it.
They've just lost their grip a little too early in these games, and it's turned into now another win here for Arlington as Nava gets the demo. Arlington able to throw the ball away here. Gonna try and go for the third goal. Gets pretty close, but again, Butler still maintaining that morale. No pun intended. Continuing to hold it down. And I still have that faith in them for this third game, Septilence. I know they can hold. I know they can pull through. It's just a question of can you do it for 5 minutes? Can you do it for that entire regulation and turn this game into a contestable one?
Yeah, I think there's a very real possibility of going at least to a game number 4. Game number 5, maybe not so much. Butler would really have to jump up that final 10%, whatever it is, whatever the separation may be, and it may fall to a lot of things. I think we're seeing UTA with an on-average higher boost, kind of in the tank. We're seeing UTA with a lot more ball possession and physicality against Butler. Butler did answer it well in game number 2, but still couldn't kind of get to the threshold UTA was bringing to the table. Maybe it's just going back to basics. Maybe it's just demoing the same player over and over and trying to remove them from the fight entirely.
And again, I have to reiterate, BU has been better with, one-to-one interactions.
Yeah.
With against UTA. It just comes down to how mechanically gifted these 3 players on the side of Arlington are. They really just know how to possess this ball, know exactly what angles to use. They're so well-seasoned and experienced players. As Butler able to get another breakout here after Arlington wins the early kickoff, almost turned that into a solid angled shot. Took a while to recover, but a lot faster than a lot of other teams. And we'll try and find these angles. Good corner steal from Friday. That'll dry out Arlington a tiny bit, but Nava early clear away and going to continue following that to go for that long-winded boom. But again, BU, they take another 50, they win it, but then they get a double whiff. A tragic series of events that again continues this drought of goals that we are still seeing for Butler.
They truly are 90% of the way there every single time. It's like some little thing is just not clipping out well for them. And I'm starting to notice a bit of a pattern. Most of them hanging out around 0 on the boost. Kai has the boost online, puts the first point down, and for the first time this series, Butler finds themselves in the lead.
I think it's, yeah, that is the first time that the Butlers had the lead, and a great bump. I believe that was Morales. Able to get that clear in order to clear that board away for the attack. And that does indeed end the drought. Arlington now in panic mode to make sure this comeback does not stir one bit. Nava trying to follow this, gets the demo, but Sin is there. Get the ball back. Butler, good recovery system. Again, a great 50. Faulty pinch, though. And Polka Dot's able to boom it up. Kai, good interception. Up to Nava to clear early. Goes for a corner kick. Morales, the whiff. Up to midfield. Morales tries to recover to the backboard. Kai has to reposition. Still might be worth it, though. No. Friday has to get out of the way to demo. Polka Dot resets the cycle. But it is still on Arlington to score. It is still on Arlington to find their way. And again, if Butler keeps meeting them at these points, then we have a game 4 on our hands. But Polka Dot, good carry. Morales is passed, but not defeated. The ball is now stuck in the corner.
Corner pinch doesn't find success for either team, but a failure for both is definitely a success for Butler because they've got that one extra point in the slot. They're ready to find a little bit of momentum moving into this to force a game number 4, but we're not even halfway done with game number 3. Oh, it's a roll-in, and Morales finds the second goal for Butler. 2:49 on the clock. They're up by 2, and UTA's got to answer back. Been pretty quiet this game and last game, really. It was only, what, a 2-0?
Yeah, and again, it's off the heels of another 50 that Butler wins, and Morales, a great tiny tap to make sure that that 50 that UTA had to offer wasn't going to matter anyway because of how slow it was. Butler taking that weakness that they've had so far this game, turning it into a strength. That's what you like to see until you have that recovery period before UTA can really adapt. Polka Dot bumped away, but BU is also swarming, and so they can't get much distance on this ball. As we do enter the halfway point, Arlington now has to really come with this answer. Nava has one along with Sin, and an easy 1-2 punch puts Arlington back on the board.
Oh, a guy goes to refill his water bottle for 1 second and misses a UTA
Oh my
goal.
God, I'm so sorry.
Oh my goodness. The second I leave and it all breaks open.
It all breaks apart.
It's huge. UTA, they've closed the gap as the second half of the game rather has begun, and this is where they want to find themselves centered. This is where they really want to be kind of confident. Oh my goodness, speaking of confidence, Morales almost had that in the bag, but did fall just a wee bit short at the end of it. Still got half the game. The second half buff absolutely paying out in dividends right now. This squadron starting strong, looking to end strong somewhere in the mix as well.
Yeah, I love this. Keep this going if you're Butler. keep the party going. Arlington gonna try and find this open net. Sin has no support system just yet, though. Butler once again, 50 after 50. Arlington forced to just back away time after time. And it's really, again, just gaining on them, waning on that pressure. And UTA no longer has a lot of these tools to perform mechanically because Butler is able to intercept so early. Sin, again, forced to stop. Friday just takes it right back, and Butler has possession again.
Butler has possession with only 90 seconds left. They go for a goal, boxed out. Morales had the lineup. Defense falls exactly where it needs to. Kai, a great bump down toward that open goal, and Poka should be able to get in the way just in time. Sin, ball control, knocks it into the far left goal of UTA's side. In the back third has all 6 members for the time being. Can Nava strike on that open Butler goal? No, instead, oh, the crossbar decides it is not a freebie today, though, Tenrick. 70 seconds left. Butler trying to win by just that single point. A win is a win, regardless of how you find it.
Heading off the wall here. Polkadot able to regain, but immediately after Kai the demo, Morales gonna go for the boom. Met early by Nava, but Kai is now gaining air, back away. Boom on the ground, and Sin forced to follow. Good tap by Nava, but BU has the distance. 40 seconds to go. Pressure still mounting here. And they're on the doorstep. Oh. They have the bounce. There's a whiff, but Morales is also there. The 3-man stack will work out, and it leaves a boom that can't be recovered. Butler, a 3-1 lead with 29 to go.
Amazing play there. Friday, the Hail Mary goal. Nava cannot get there in time, and the game-winning scorer's name was Friday, I'll tell you that much. Butler, a 3-1 lead on the board. Only half a minute left. UTA 1 goal per 14.5 seconds right now. Not a spot you want to be in. Don't call it a comeback. Butler getting ready to take us to game number 4.
Yeah, we are absolutely going there at this stage. UTA, I think, is completely just taking off the seatbelt with this game. It's a wash. See what you can do now. Try and recover, try and regain it, and make sure that this is not a slippery slope because, again, it has to be reinstated how much Butler is really looking for this game. It's a matchup with a dominant team already out of the way, but it's at a point where you're right in that playoff seeding, but if you lose, you're back out of it again, and that's scary. Butler does not want to lose that stake, and if it means having to take down one of the best teams in North America, then so be it. Butler's going to do that if they have to. A 3-goal lead in Game 3 poses the most dominant win we've seen so far this series by the underdog and the hopeful reverse sweepers.
Hopeful reverse sweep could be just around the corner, but they're absolutely, Tenrick, no doubt, going to have to work for it. This is not going to be an easy round win. This is not going to be an easy game win. Arlington, a bit of a rough moment, but perhaps it's like to fire underneath them like we have never seen before. A back-and-forth battle soon to begin once again. Butler wins Game 3, 4-1. Even if they lose this next one, at least you can say it wasn't a shutout against you.
Exactly. You still have so much to bring to the table even after a game like that. That's really, again, all you really need to put on your resume. I beat Arlington once, and you should be fine. You should be pretty set for a lot of this. Butler already proud with that result. That's already a good way to pad that those statistics, because again, past matches, rounds, and then goal scoring as well is still the influential part and the tiebreaker for these teams for those playoff cutoffs. A double 50 off kickoff here in Game 4. Once again, hands possession to Butler. They have just been so dominant on these 50-50s, and it has completely flipped this series on its head. Another open net, hands possession, back over to BU already within 20 seconds of that kickoff. The UTA able to bring it back. Good bounce from Sin. BU collects himself in time. Can't 50 in time, though, and have to cycle back. Kai is there. Booms back to the corner. Friday, not too much speed behind it, and UTA grinding it back. Novel good bluff. That's why Morales is there, though. Friday with the breakaway. UTA continuing to try and apply this.
Yeah, Kai, the only member of Butler with boost in the tank right now, has to play a strong defense. Morales gets a large one as well and has the energy 48 boost to clock this out. Wins the 1v1 against Polkadot into the corner. Nava there to bring up a 1v1 of their own. A hard clear down from Friday. It's going to fall fast into center field. Sin knocks it away back into the corner once again. It's just this consistent, unstoppable back and forth. Could this be it? Kai has a lineup. There's the follow through, but Sin knocks it down just fast enough.
But we're still here. We're still in this spot that BU now knows so well and loves so dearly. Can you complete at this stage? Morales, great bluff over one. But Polkadot is there as the third man. So much utilized for 1 singular play, but it's such a culmination of what BU has been up to this entire series, what they've been cooking. And after we've let them cook for more than long enough, they have finally got something to do with it. But they need to score again. They need to continue winning. They need to do it 2 more times in order to make the impact that they really want to have on this series. There's still so much left to do here, Septilence.
3 minutes, no goals. Game 4, Butler able to sneak out a 4-1 victory. I say sneak out, able to dominate a 4-1 victory back in game number 3. And this one feels pretty reminiscent of it so far. A very silent first half, but it feels like it's those final 2.5 minutes where these teams really like to kick it up a notch. I'm curious if Butler's going to fall through and give us that same play style once again.
On center stage here, good one too. Kai with the shot. UTA has enough presence, and they will survive. Booms back away. Sin, good arc. Morales back over to the corner, and Kai can't recover it properly. Leaves an opportunity for UTA. Double commit for the drawback. Will work out. Now Sin back up to the ceiling. Early met. Halfway through this game again. Not a huge impact. Sin forced to save after Friday. Luffs away at a jump. EU has this ball back. Morales the carry. Around 1. Cue balled away. Kai forced to take the reins, and UTA will win a 50. They're back in the corner. They're finally out of dodge, but Polka Dot immediately demoed Friday, staking that claim again and forcing UTA into a faulty cycle.
Oh, no.
Kai, beautiful boom to bring Butler back into the spotlight.
Morales able to find Sin. The bounce in off the corner. UTA has ball control for like less than 10 seconds, and Butler always seems to steal it back. Phenomenal defensive blockade keeps Butler at that goose egg. We enter the final 100 seconds of game number 4, and it is close as close can be. Nobody has been able to put a point down on the board yet. There's a very real chance of us ending up in a 0-0 overtime.
Yeah, we could definitely see that at this stage. Both these teams grinding so hard at this point. They both certainly got it in them. But can they complete? Who is going to do it? Is UTA going to finalize this series? Or is Butler going to be able to score again and take us to an unprecedented Game 5? And again, I can't speak to how unprecedented something like this is. Another beautiful bump. BU's comes off the charts today, and it shows.
Yeah, they just needed a couple games to get warmed up, but warmed up they clearly have become 1-0 on the board. 66 seconds remain for this team to answer back in the form of UTA, and I'm not sure they're going to find time. Butler found control back in game number 3 and hasn't lost it quite yet. Barely able to keep it out of goal, but UTA ties it up exactly on the minute here. 60 seconds left, 1-1, basically a 0-0. Overtime possibly just around the corner, Tenric. It is going to be a danger close game to see if we end up in that coveted Game 5 to kick off tonight.
Yeah, it's terrifying territory at this point for both sides. Both really searching for this victory. Both have had a taste of it this game. Butler, certainly the hungrier team on paper, but at this stage, I feel like Arlington, you've awakened that beast.
Absolutely.
You don't want to see 2 losses this early on into the second split for Arlington. As an Arlington fan, you absolutely want to see that one blemish be the only blemish for quite some time. You don't, and especially you don't want a team like Butler, who has been just clawing at this playoff bracket, to be the one to do it. You would want it to be, another team that beats you or that you meet in that CRL. But here, with BU grasping at straws a little bit more often, and again, has showed up at those events as well, and has showed up against Arlington before. But the standings have not lied so far. And underdogs don't tend to do too well in EGF. But BU is holding their own for the rest of this game. We are tied up, and for the first time this series, we will go to overtime.
They're here to show us they ain't no underdog. I mean, even if you lose in a 3-1 fashion, you take game 4 to overtime. That could be Kai setting up a win already. Nava clears it out of the air. Sloppy bounce off center field here in a bit of no man's land. Sin wants to end it quickly. There's the crossbar tap. There's the whiff coming out from the side of UTA, and Butler now has a chance to get right back into this. Messy clear off into the corner, but it's away from center field. Nava says it's over here for Butler. Sinks it quickly and puts UTA in the winner's seat. 3-1 on tonight. Butler fighting tooth and nail and showing us they can hang out with the best of the best.
And there is your confirmed victory. It took long enough, but again, like you said, that speaks volumes already for how Butler is looking going into the rest of this season. To put up that much of a fight against a team this good, really impressive. I cannot wait to see what Butler has in store for us next.
That is amazing. I'm stoked to see Butler. It's my first time getting to see them in the EGFC. I've seen them other places, like I said, and to see them go toe-to-toe with UTA, practically forcing a Game 5, shows the progress and improvement from that team has not slowed down for a moment since the last time I saw them. Now, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break here. We're either going to be back with an interview with UTA or our next series in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far.
I'm from Chicago, Cleveland,
Phoenix, Milwaukee,
Hartford,
Colorado, Oklahoma,
Thailand,
Norway, Cameroon.
and I chose
Xavier University.
for business, chemical science,
Occupational therapy,
philosophy, politics, and the public.
computer science,
Because it felt like home.
I knew I would be welcome.
because they take care of veterans.
I felt connected to the campus, to the people.
The sports.
I came here to be a musketeer,
And now,
I am.
I am.
I am.
All for one.
The world needs solutions.
Like now. We need more voices.
More voices.
More voices.
Not less.
We don't build barriers.
We tear them down!
I learned from great books, but I write my own story.
And look to the future.
The world needs me.
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 Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EGFC. We are jumping into our second of 3 series, I believe, tonight. Maybe even 4. I don't remember, but we've got more Rocket League going on. It's the University of Idaho versus Xavier. And Tenrick, one of these teams, a little more familiar, a little longer standing here in the EGF, but University of Idaho eager, I'm sure, to prove themselves once again.
Yeah, Idaho had their debut in Rocket League this season in the last week. Unfortunately got swept by University of Delaware, so not the greatest way to start off the season, but definitely a lot of optimism for them going into things. We saw a lot of great stuff from them the previous week. Of course, though, they're up against Xavier, a pretty consistent team, currently 4-3 in the standings, you know, reaching up towards that top 10. They're definitely hungry for a playoff berth if they can find one, and if Idaho happens to be a step on the way, then so be it. They already look on track to be taking that first goal as they've taken possession post-kickoff and currently beaten Idaho to the punch pretty consistently.
Yeah, Xavier not afraid to do what needs to be done. Like you said, 4-3, so definitely want to put themselves a little higher up into that upper echelon of these successful teams. Idaho, a rough couple of weeks here, like you mentioned. Last one, unfortunately, not on their side, but maybe that history can be rewritten just a little bit here today, Tenrick. Going up against Xavier, very similar to UTA, you know, with Butler. It's going to be a really difficult situation. It's going to be a Herculean task, but even Hercules could believe.
El Blastido, the finisher behind a great carry by Boothless, who we've sung a lot of praises about in that previous series that Idaho had against Delaware. Able to bluff out a lot of XU there and get the distance necessary to find that first goal. You said great start there for UI. And now they just have to continue breaking out, which is that trouble that we saw before. They won, you know, Xavier winning these previous 2 kickoffs. Idaho trying to get their feet off the ground. Going to take a second, but a little bit of pressure is off of them. Galaxy with the demo, but Confused Irish is not on target. 4 minutes to go here. Xavier continuing the pressure. Boofless good 50. Confused Irish again goes for the bluff, only makes it through 1. And Idaho has that defensive cycle back.
And the bluff maybe not as strong as they were hoping it would be, but definitely some progress on the board for Idaho. Xavier looks for a moment to strike, and instead they find it without much of a second thought. Confused Irish sneaks it into the far right side of goal and stabilizes early against Idaho. Only a minute 15 off the clock. This is exactly where this team wants to be right now.
It's after a great dribble by Valor there to knock it past 2 and make it so much easier for Xavier to get on the board there. And another kickoff won by them. Now Confused Irish will give it right to Valor and
oh wow,
twist that knife post haste. A beautiful one too after a beautiful bounce by Confused Irish on that 50. That is a great pinch control.
Yeah, they said, see ya. We tied it up, and we're going to run away with it as fast as we possibly can. A very strong turnaround from Xavier, going from 1-0 to 2-1 over their opponents, the University of Idaho. This is a team where we're looking at raw statistics. We expect to do very well in this matchup, and after shaking off a little bit of rust, doing well they certainly are.
And I think Xavier is here now. Yeah, Valor just able to get it past everybody. I don't know why he thought that angle was possible, but it is, and he knew that, so he made it. Still 3:30 to go. Xavier looking to continue this streak. Will lose the first kickoff all game. And Idaho, again, they scored already. They're able to turn it into something pretty solid, at least to begin here. Oh, whiff on Confused Irish, biding his time. Boofley's going to try and pinch it back instead. Has to knock it into the wall, so Valor has a faulty touch, and Xavier able to clear that back away again.
Ball hurtling toward their back third. Idaho doesn't really have the communication there to get ball control. Galaxy past one defender, forcing the other two to go into goal up and over El Blastito. Only one player left, and Valor knocks it in. A freebie goal. Phenomenal formations from Xavier there to keep themselves on top of the equation. 4-1. 2 minutes off the clock, so absolutely Xavier has officially joined us in this matchup.
Yeah, we're picking things up a lot now, and I don't know how far or how long XU is going to continue the streak, but they look to want to continue it as long as this game goes. Boofless to stop off the backboard. This could just be another goal right here, but Confused Irish is forced to play a faulty 50 in order to keep the possession going. Galaxy brings it back up to Valor, who shoots right into Bing Bong, but possession is maintained. Boofless with Sid. El Blastito is able to knock it back in after XU is, again, forced to follow it back. Blastito, great catch on, again, another 50, really going Idaho's way. That will grab them their second goal.
Yeah, they cut the lead in half as we enter our second half of this game, just about 10 seconds shy of that halftime. Can there be a continuous answer from Idaho? They've done it twice. They've kept things close, but close isn't going to win you this game at the end of the day. Tenrick, it's all about finding those victories as fast and as early as you can. That's exactly what Xavier's looking to do.
Yeah, they want to make this easy. They want to make this painless. They want to make sure that this is as clean as possible going forward. And they're already a good portion of the way there. Just have to hold on for this game, and that'll be the ball really quite set. But Idaho has already made a good couple breakthroughs thus far, and I would not be surprised if we continue seeing that going forward here. Idaho losing the 50 there. Boofless carries it back. Bing Bong tries to follow, but Xavier boots it away. Doesn't have a good pickup off it, though, so they have to reswarm again. Confused Irish bops it back up into the backboard. That's a two-man dribble that Bing Bong's able to intercept, but Xavier able to finish off of that carry and make it work regardless.
Making it work is the name of the game for a very talented team like Xavier. 5-2, 108 seconds remain. A very strong performance coming out from the side of Idaho, but they're looking at 1 goal per 30-ish seconds, give or take. It's going to be a tough one to turn around. We most likely won't see the turnaround, unfortunately, not quite yet in this matchup. However, it's only game number 1 of what could be a maximum of 5. So maybe, just maybe we get a turnaround from Idaho in game number 2. We got to remember, Butler lost 2 in a row before they put anything on the board, and they took us to a game 4 overtime. So perhaps we get a bit of a repeat story here in this matchup. Valor, though, wants to make sure this one ends in favor of his team.
Yeah, I don't know where this game is going at this point because it's so offensively heavy, but I think it is going to go towards Xavier by the end of it. They've just been more consistent at this stage. They've been getting the possession more consistently, simple as that. And they've just got to hold on here. 4 goals worth, so they have a lot of time and cushioning to do it. They want that differential to be as easy as possible. Going to try and find a 7th here. Confused Irish brings it back away. Good ricochet off the sideboard, but playing a little more non-committal here just because they can.
Idaho really might be looking at this as just that GG go next. Unfortunately, you do have to hand over game number 1, but games number 2 and 3, like I mentioned earlier, just waiting in the wings for a moment of success. And as there's a 7-2 on the board, Idaho is certainly confident this game, unfortunately, won't be ending in their favor. But hopefully they've learned enough in this game to make sure they can overperform going into the next one.
Absolutely. Idaho, they want to take everything that they got here. They want to take those 2 goals that they were able to score for themselves, turn it into something they can use. Is Idaho just going to play this neutral out, try and make sure that Xavier finds as little as possible for the remainder of this game. Taking some pretty safe stuff along the way as well. Couple solid touches, couple easy marks that both these teams, I think, are just playing for. Saving themselves for this second game, as this one is absolutely locked. 30 seconds to go, still 5 goals up. Xavier, good to go to start off this series with a solid lead in tow here, so long as they don't let Idaho score one more time, which they are a little close to doing here. Butler, that's a good shot, but no double tap intact, and that'll boom it back to the other side.
Boom back over to the other side. 10 seconds remain, and it will not be very eventful, I presume. Maybe Bing Bong rolls one in for the morale, but that's certainly not going to buy them the time or the space they need to walk away with a victory in this matchup, respectively. That's a 1-game loss, luckily enough. 2 and 3 right around the corner. Perhaps you can shape those up into wins, force a game 4 or 5. There's a lot to learn from this matchup. You found Xavier moving very slow at the beginning of this game. Perhaps you could weaponize that later down the line. Putting this team against themselves could be the benefit at the end of the day. Finding demolitions, going for those boosted routes, doing a lot of basic Rocket League play stuff could make all the difference at the end of the day, Tenric.
It should be said, I think this is a really interesting statistic to touch on. Xavier is 4 and 3 in match standings, which is a bit abnormal in itself because they're one of the few teams to only play 7 games so far this season. But beyond that, their round differential is 14 and 12, but they have scored and also let by the same amount of goals so far this season. That's 51. So Xavier taking a chunk out of the differential here, giving them a 5-3 scoreline in total as well, I think would put them above University of Southern California. Going into the next week, which would boost them up by at least 1 spot, which again,
we'll take it
in this early part of the split is really huge, especially considering that they still have a lot of games left to play. Again, trying to get a couple of these tough opponents out of the way is Idaho on that other side, who had to go up against Delaware previously, who was already in playoff contention, and now up against a team that is always in the question for playoff contention. So a tough road that Idaho has been forced to, but they've been able to get some stuff done so far. Able to grab a game, able to able to grab some goals. But Xavier, they have been around here before. They have played a lot of teams, and Idaho looks to be one that Xavier absolutely thinks they can beat.
Yeah, Idaho, they're losing that goal early. They were able to find the first goal back in game number 1, and they still dropped that game. So to see that deficit change that early on is not a great sign for the showing of Idaho here in game number 2. Buflis gets ball control, tries to go up and over a defender, but gives all boost away in the process. A soft hit from El Blastido cannot line it up fast enough, and confused Irish barely misses that free goal. Captain Bing Bong gets in the way just in time to keep us at a 1-0 scoreline. However, I know with my entire heart and soul that Xavier will not stop this peppering play style until they put a win on the board.
Yeah, they're gonna keep it going as long as they need to, and for them, that to them should be 3 games as far as they're concerned, and no OTs as well. I don't think they can win in a dominant fashion like that again against Idaho, just because of how much of a wash we knew it was with like a minute left on the clock anyway. Kind of just slipped away a little too early here. But if Idaho can, hold on, even after this pretty early goal from Xavier, then they should be, I think, able to restabilize and at least keep this close. If not, take us to at least 4 games in the series. Good clear will finally give possession over to Idaho, but what can they do with it? They have to do it sans Buflis. But so far, making a solid dent, trying to get the cycle going. Confused Irish, good layaway in order to cycle back, but Buflis is now back on the pitch and is able to boom it away again. Minute and a half passed by. Idaho got some breaths of life, but Valor is able to get the arc that scores it regardless. And Xavier is up 2-0.
Xavier finds themselves up 2-0 on the matchup. A very clean goal. Defender falls just a little short, but that little bit will always go a long, long way in a matchup like this one. 90 seconds off the clock, 2-0 on the board for Xavier, and they're trying to make sure they win this one out in just complete regulation. Trying to make sure Idaho ends with that goose egg.
Yeah, they don't want to give Idaho any more of these opportunities that they've been able to get for themselves in that first game. Want to silence this rally before it really even starts. And you can tell Idaho is starting to lose a lot more of those mechanical fights that we saw take place in game 1. We've seen the consistency drop just because Xavier has decided to turn things up a notch. That is going to be a 3rd goal scored, this time by Galaxy after Valor sets it up.
Great setup from Valor, without a doubt. 3-0 on the board. That might be a team hat trick, actually. I'm not sure if they've each put down 1 goal, but I know that Xavier is a very team-focused team, or team-oriented team, rather. It's not about highlighting just one individual player and making sure they do everything that needs done. It's about giving each of these players their time in the spotlight, completing the work as fast as they can. Half number 1 just getting ready to come to a close now, and Idaho is still, unfortunately, nothing on the board.
That might be a good start, though. No, he's Irish able to get back. Close one, though. And Xavier, again, gotta watch their backs. Not get too big for their britches here. Irish forced to clear it away. Idaho trying to control these corners. They did a pretty good job of that before, and Blastido is gonna make sure that it turns into a goal again. The drought has ceased yet again. A 3-1 score line, 2:20 to go. Feasible for Idaho.
Feasible indeed. We've just now entered the second half, and the second half buff completely activating for the University of Idaho. No goose egg here in game number 2, but they still find themselves down by the very same 2 points. Going to be falling short. Plenty of time. Oh my goodness, plenty of game left to make it happen.
Absolutely. Valor, great bounce around 1, tries to dribble it in himself. Can't get to the ball back after the bounce, though. Hands it over to Confused Irish, though, and that is going to work. And Xavier, as quickly as they let the lead shrink, they will increase it back.
2 minutes left, 3-point differential, and Idaho finding themselves on the wrong side of the matchup for the second time in a row. It's a tough one. They're able to keep it a little bit closer for the first half, and as soon as the second half kicks off, it begins to fold against them all over again. Very reminiscent of what we saw back in game number 1. They're definitely running out of time to find an equalizer here, Tenrick. This might be another kind of 7-2 series, or game rather, unless Idaho can change something up. Perhaps it just comes off the back of finding a demolition anywhere, really.
Yeah, they've got to keep Xavier from hitting their stride here, because otherwise it'll prove that there has been no progression throughout this series so far, and that does not bode well for game 3. But we're certainly on track for that after Galaxy decides to befriend the crossbar, if not momentarily here. And Xavier will be awarded a 5th goal for it.
90 seconds. 5
These
goals
bounces
on
are crazy
line.
today, dude.
They really are. The crossbar wants to be in the spotlight as much as possible.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's just been crossbar city. 90 seconds remain. That is 1 goal per 10 something. I don't know, but it's going to be a tough one for Idaho, especially as they lose El Blastido. Demolition falls offline. Xavier has full ball control once again. Disruption from Butler into Valor center field. Triple defense commit from Idaho. Will be enough to keep the ball out of goal for just a moment. Splits it back down toward the open goal currently of Xavier. Can they get something in? Galaxy there to shake it up and ensure that they don't.
What an interesting turn of events there, because you could tell for a second there, especially Butler, but the majority of Idaho there was just desperate to get their hands on the ball for that crucial second after Xavier had already found so much possession. And that's a mentality that I think a lot of players that aren't necessarily as experienced or seasoned as a lot of other players can kind of fall back to when they have just like Oonga Booga 15-year-old bronze brain to go for the ball no matter where they're from, regardless of what arc that hits. You can sometimes revert back to that, but the funny thing is, Xavier also reverted back to an Oonga Booga mentality for a second because they let their guard down and then let Idaho take it back and almost score on that themselves. So then they kind of had to take a step back and be like, wait, we can't do this too. They took a breath and they recovered, and now they're just back to form. So it's a very interesting cycle that has led us back to exactly where we are. And we are now on the verge of an even better score line for Xavier's favor here in game 2. It's 40 seconds to go, and Idaho has only scored 1.
Idaho only 1 on the board. Like you said, Xavier looking to put as many points on the board as possible. It's at the end of the day, if they're tied with somebody in the standings for the win-loss ratio, it's about how many points you were able to gain in total. Feels like Xavier, they're making a lot out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're having fun with it to an extent. And by to an extent, I mean up until Idaho's tired of it and can actually counter it, which tends to be pretty early every time Xavier goes for like a celebration. So they just have to continue to be mechanically gifted. And, you know, although the scoreboard tells that story of how dominant Xavier is in that mentality, I think Idaho has had to keep them on their toes for this entire game, because if Xavier isn't doing this, then Idaho will start scoring, and it'll be a volatile game the other way. So Xavier has to act like this in order to really make that difference, in order to make this game happen. But man, will it reflect when the scoreboard shows it. Xavier 1 game away from becoming a 5-3 team, and also now up, I think, 11 goals in their differential in just 2 games. A huge difference from the completely even scoreline from them going into this game.
Yeah, they definitely needed this boost going into the rest of the season, and they are finding it, no doubt. That is 7 goals to 1 from El Blastido. What is that? 12 shots on goal from Xavier, 3 from Idaho. That really goes to show how much in ball control we have seen from the side of Xavier. They're not even letting their opponents get close enough to look at the ball, let alone try and score with it. The scores have been few and far between, unfortunately.
And I hate to be a doomer about it, but I think Xavier has been given too many chances where they have to let their ego by in order for them to screw up in game 3 for Idaho to suddenly have this reverse sweep moment. Because there have already been times where Idaho has like properly punished Xavier, but Xavier is just so mechanically skilled anyway that they're able to most of the time prevent that from actually becoming a goal. And so at this point, I think that they're in talks for that game's just saying, okay, now we know we just can't let up. We don't let up. We keep on scoring. We keep on stunning. We keep on styling, but we don't get aggressive about it. We don't get egregious about it, because we know the second that we mess up, the second that we let something through, then Idaho is going to counter it, and we'll have to go into panic mode for those crucial couple seconds. They've already been through that whole rigmarole. So this game 3, as long as Xavier keeps that mentality abroad, they should be fine here.
Yeah, there's something very crucial about not panicking, not slipping up, and there's a very fine line between confidence and hubris, and I don't think we've seen Xavier cross that quite yet, but I have seen teams before. One of the most iconic Rocket League things I've ever seen, it was a best-of-7 series. A team had won 3 already. For the next game, they bring out Scarabs, and they get reverse swept from that game on. So there's a very fine line in terms of walking that confidence versus hubris, and Xavier, they're definitely feeling confident. 2 dominant wins in a row. These next 5 minutes would be very easy for them.
Yeah, we talk a lot about how, some of these teams in games that are against, lower ranked teams, and this goes for, any division, not just EGF, this goes for even the higher levels, where teams use games against, like, lower seeds as this excuse to experiment, but as I've watched a lot of these teams fail because of that, and lose a lot more because of that, and kind of just have to take it in stride because they were trying something new, because they were trying something different, and who knows, maybe, if they'll carry that back or not. But the problem with this is, excuse me, the problem with that fact is that with these egos, with these teams continuing to push forward, these bottom seeds are going to find more ways to punish, and again, I feel like Idaho has taken that in stride as much as they can. That's a solid bump from Bing Bong. Oh no. Oh, with on goal, and Xavier is able to get it back out of the corner. I don't even know how to process that.
That is definitely not somewhere you want to find yourself in a moment like this, Tenric. 1:15 off the clock, rocking it at 0-0, so you're not super bummed if that happens on the side of Idaho, but you needed that goal for sure. You took the lead in game 1, you lost it, you couldn't find a lead in game 2, and game 3 is the time where you're looking to prove yourself. They've got to make it happen one way or another, or Xavier's going to get them.
And they're in front of the goal here. Valor going to be able to put it away. It definitely took longer than normal, though.
Sure.
Xavier, in that previous game, it took him like 7 seconds. But Idaho, they were able to hold it down for a lot longer here. And again, I think that means at the very least that Xavier is not going to win by a wide margin, and this game is a lot less volatile on the offenses. But then again, does that necessarily mean that Idaho is going to be able to have as strong an attack when they counter as well?
Idaho looking for that counterattack. Feels like they've been fighting for it for quite a while now and haven't been able to pick up the pieces like they were looking to do. 3-11, a demolition, oddly confused Irishman. What I want to be seeing from Idaho is just that constant over-aggression, removing one of the pieces from Xavier's plays and making it harder for the remaining 2 to adapt in a moment of panic. Great tap in off the crossbar, nobody there to catch it. Easy goal for Galaxy there, a clean one at that.
And this is the mentality that I was talking about when it comes to egoing against those lower seeds and making it an excuse for experimentation, is especially in Rocket League, where such a flow state is already what the best teams adapt to, in order to make sure that it's not just a step-by-step process of learning how to attack and then learning how to defend and then learning how to keep and then learning how to score. It's doing all of that at once at any point in time based off of whatever situation is in front of you. And I think that that adheres, or that applies to any top seed trying to find a way to experiment, you don't just make that a thing you do on a game you do against a bottom seed. You make it a passive thing you do in every game you play. You take notes the whole time, you find ways in the whole time, you find new strategies the whole time. That's what a coach is there for. That's what an analyst is there for. Experimentation is always happening in front of you. And if a team has to step out of the way to say, hold on, let's get wacky this game, I feel like they're not making enough of an effort to give themselves that benefit of the doubt from games previously to that. And so Xavier, again, for that mentality, I think they've shaken a lot of that off. They said, okay, you know, we're going to keep finding new things. Let's continue to try and win this, and we'll take notes along the way. We'll see what happens, and we can turn that into games that could be much better against these higher seeds that we will have to face off against if we want this playoff run. And I think that's manifesting itself here, where Xavier is scoring less often, but they're also getting a lot more creative with it. They're getting a lot better with their cycle and their flow state, and I think they're starting to win these interactions that Idaho has actually been able to counter off of a little more consistently. Valor, another great 50 win. It's into the sidebar, but it doesn't really matter all that much. The clock is burned away. Idaho's still dried out on boost, and Xavier is still keeping this ball in the corner.
Ball's trapped into the corner once again. Idaho had a moment of defense that looked very strong, and demolition onto Boofless rips the goal open. Is that just going to be a roll, and can Valor get in the way?
Wow.
Cannot do it. Bing bong, a great goal to put the team back into an equalizer here. 90 seconds left. You're one goal down. You can try to force a draw into an overtime, into possibly a game 4. Can they give us the Butler special, or is Xavier going to sneak out a 3 victory no matter what?
Yeah, there's still a lot of potential here for Idaho. All of a sudden, again, Xavier, I think they, as a team, were a little low on boost, and so Valor was forced to push a bit more forward to let Xavier get the corner boosts back, and now Valor is just going to push forward again to score anyway. You know, ask and he shall deliver. And once again, this has happened nearly every single time that Idaho has scored. It's just Xavier, within the next 10 seconds, just has an answer.
To have that answer online is without a doubt terrifying, Teneric. This team has come through dominantly, and each time Idaho gets even a little bit close to finding that tie-up, to finding a possibility of winning, Xavier just turns the burners back on, comes through, and absolutely demolishes the opposition over and over again.
Only a minute left to try and figure something out here for Idaho, and that keep might not do it. Blastido, good jump back up, actually, to be able to recover it, but it takes everything in Idaho's kit. And that ball has no velocity off of it. Confused Irish going to try and make it 4 here. Needs to just drive it in. The double commit, though. And Blastido will once again get the save. Xavier keeping it in the yellow territory, though. 40 seconds to go. All they really have to do is just play keep away, and that'll certainly help. Demo on a Blastido. Confused Irish the shot. Boofless the clear. Now the attempted dribble will get some distance, but Xavier is now fully present at the door of this goal.
Being present is no doubt the name of the game. Xavier wants to continue peppering this ball down toward a goal to keep Idaho at this 3-1 scoreline. They're not really worried about scoring right now. They're worried about making sure Idaho does not, keeping the ball out of their own half, forcing it constantly toward the yellow goal. With only 13 seconds left, we need 1 goal per 6 seconds here from Idaho to keep this stream alive, to try and force a game 4, but just running those classic statistics, I don't think we're going to be seeing that here. Xavier, a 3-0 victory over Idaho, a very fast series to prove.
Yeah, again, we saw signs of life every game, though, from University of Idaho, and I think against a team that isn't in the top 15, Idaho certainly has a chance, especially as a newer team coming into the season. If they go up against like a Montana State or a Washington State or a Georgetown, who we're about to see after our break, I think Idaho definitely has a chance to make an impact in this season, and certainly, make a statement as to why they have decided to jump back into the EGFC when it comes to Rocket League, because they deserve to be here. They deserve to have that spot.
Absolutely. They deserve that spot. They fought tooth and nail for it, but Xavier will win at the end of the day. We're going to go ahead, throw it to another break, folks. We'll see you right back here with some more EGFC Rocket League in just a bit. Hey there, everybody, and welcome back to the EGFC Rocket League. We are now joined by Galaxy from Xavier, a very dominant 3-0 victory. So, Galaxy, my question's a pretty simple one, man. Going into this, I believe you were 4-3 on the season. You've bumped up to a 5th. You've put another win on the clock. Do you feel like Xavier's really starting to find their footing in this split? And can we expect to maybe be interviewing you guys a little bit more?
I know that in the future we have some good competition, so maybe some interviews in the future. Big East has some pretty stacked teams, so it's gonna be a challenge, but we're just grinding through.
Yeah, love to hear it.
Definitely going to be a tough run going forward in the season. You still have a lot of teams that are at that upper echelon that you're trying to break into that you guys have yet to face off against. But you have a little bit of a warm-up period before that. You're going to get to go against a newcomer, Howard, next week. How's prep over there at Xavier for a team that you maybe don't have as much scouting with or maybe not as much scrimming or information on? How do you guys prepare for a match like that?
As much as we can. I mean, school kind of gets in the way from time to time, but we at least try to reach out to other teams and scrim once or twice a week, get ranked sessions a few times a week just to keep warm and build the chem.
Yeah, fair enough. You love to hear it. Xavier, just one more question for you, then we'll let you hit the road so we can get our next series ready. Anybody you'd like to just shout out or thank while you're here with us?
Yeah, shout out the Xavier Rocket League Club. Shout out Morales and Kai from Butler. Looking forward to playing them. And then shout out Valor and Irish. They're a fun duo to play with.
Hey, you love to hear it. Hey, congrats on the win and best of luck to you next week.
Thank you.
And with that, folks, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. We've got our next series slated, I believe, to start at 8 p.m. So we've got about 15 minutes, give or take. We'll see you right back here around them for some more Rocket League. What's going on, all you gamers, goblins, and goofballs, and welcome back to the EGFC Rocket League. I'm Septilance, that's still Tenric, and we have our third and final series, but there are 3 more after us, so don't get that confused. Northern Arizona University versus Georgetown. And Tenric, I mean, if we're looking at statistics, man, 2 3-0s in a row, or a 3-1 and a 3-0, and I do absolutely think this is also going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for this matchup, all things considered. It sucks to not be able to be super optimistic, but Northern Arizona is the only undefeated team in the EGF right now. They are the only one left who have yet to lose. And they have had it pretty rough so far this season.
Yeah,
they have not had an easy go at it. They arguably have an easier split now than previously. It's actually kind of ridiculous.
That's so scary.
So, I know. So the fact that they may be able to continue their run completely for the rest of the season is like plausible.
They could go flawless.
And going up against a Georgetown team that unfortunately has had a rough split, and unfortunately as well just hasn't gotten a lot of their mechs together over the course of a lot of their games. They're just getting a little bit outskilled in a majority of them. Big favorite, big underdog going into the series. I'd love to see what Georgetown is coming with this week at the very least. I'd love to at least see them, make a dent, find some good goals, find some good weaknesses that some better teams may be able to exploit on Northern Arizona, and Georgetown may be able to utilize in this lower area of the standings. But up until that point, Northern Arizona, big favorite to win this.
Yeah, I mean, keeping it close is absolutely the name of the game right now for the side of Georgetown. This is going to be an uphill climb, probably the most uphill, the steepest uphill climb we've seen today. Northern Arizona undefeated through and through, and Tenerick is not exaggerating. They had a rough run of it, and they won every single game. They took out some powerhouses in the EGF, and not to say Georgetown can't be a powerhouse, but unfortunately, we don't have the evidence to say that they might be able to take down this team. We would really need some changes and some improvements from the squad to go up against NAU.
Yeah, to give you guys some context as to the schedule that Northern Arizona's had so far, they 3-2'd University of Montana and then 3-0'd Montana State University. They then 3-0'd William and Mary, which, kind of nuts. Then they 3-1 University of Delaware. Then they 3-0'd DePaul. Then they 3-0'd Southern Utah. And
these are not even close.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts how dominant Northern Arizona's been. And then they 3-0'd University of North Dakota. 2 weeks, or the last week of the previous split, North Dakota scored 2 goals. And then in the first game back Northern Arizona had, they just 3-0'd Butler University, who again is in the top 10 teams here in EGF. And Butler scored 4 goals that entire series. And so Georgetown, a team that so far over the course of this season has scored 46 goals, is going to score 1 now in the first game of the series after Serene is able to boom it away, and literally no one from NAU is there. Wow,
Serene
what a start.
Finds it quick for Georgetown. We said we needed expectations. We said we needed a shakeup. We said we needed it weird, and Serene, she sinks it in early. Finds that first goal for Georgetown, 23 seconds off the clock. Maybe it's 33. I'm not good at math. But Georgetown, they're good at finding early goals. Can they keep the lead, or is Northern Arizona going to dominate through this team?
Yeah, wow, what an uncharacteristic start. But again, I feel like that's a weird plague that we've seen in the collegiate environment in particular, where ego really gets the best of these teams, but then they're still good enough to be like, okay, we'll shut up, we'll perform, and we'll start scoring. So that is what NAU has decided to do for this first goal. They will make their frontline approach, tie things up 50 seconds deep. But Georgetown already making that impact, again, proves that no one is really safe, no matter who you go against when it comes to the standings. The numbers don't lie. Northern Arizona is the better team going into this series, but it's not like Georgetown is the worst team, and NAU needs to keep that in mind at all moments. We just saw that against Idaho as well. If you don't if you let up, rather, then, the opposition is going to be able to punish. They're going to be able to take advantage of it. How far they take that is, variable. But a lot of the time, it can result into letting a goal fly by, and Georgetown already making this a competitive game before NA was finally starting to get this shut down, as Castillo nets a beautiful shocker and grabs that lead for NAU.
Yeah, the discussion of today's, the theme of today has been confidence versus hubris. And if you let the opponent slip through and catch you off guard and find an early goal against you, then absolutely it can cost you down the line. Not sure we're going to be seeing that here, though. Only a minute and a half off the clock. NAU up by 1, trying to be up by 2, but it's going to be knocked off into the far right corner. No value found off the back of it yet. Maybe there's a knock in there. Nope, KJ will get boxed out by Georgetown once again.
Georgetown really looking to push something, but in the process, they split themselves up, and Castillo just needs to win 150. He's going to be able to do so and grab another goal for Northern Arizona. They're cleaning up in quick fashion now, especially after Georgetown was able to lay one on them. Once again, just, as expected, but as unexpected, a team's ego does get challenged, and they are forced to bring out the big guns so early on in the match.
Sure, the big guns had to be answered quick, as it was just a free goal for Serene. She puts the first one online. Georgetown felt great, but the answer comes back perhaps a little too fast from Northern Arizona. They're up by 2. We're down 2 minutes off the clock. KJ goes for a fourth, but Serene, the hero of Georgetown right now, able to block out another one.
Back up against the goal line here. It's not even about burning time at this point. It's about, again, making that statement, continuing to score. Castillo whiff after going a little too high. Cycle is there, though. KJ able to answer. Chronicle putting it up. Nothing more than that just yet, though. Back into the corner. Chronicle. A demo. Legal gets to it in time, though. And Georgetown, the stability is still there. Once again, like, nothing against it, but, oh, the double commit. Chronicle able to capitalize after the drop down from KJ.
I don't know what it is about the name Legal Eagle, but it will forever make me giggle like a child. I don't know if it's the rhyme or what, but every time I say it, I cannot help but laugh.
It's appealing.
Always gives me a good chuckle.
Now, NAU, once again, finding their stride. No surprise to really anybody. Georgetown, though, once again, making much more of an impact than a lot of people may have predicted on paper.
Definitely.
Serene, pressure now, Castillo, no momentum. Legal Eagle puts it up, and the finisher from Palm Breeze. Stopped by Northern Arizona. But on that doorstep, post-kickoff, Georgetown able to take some of these 50s, able to take some of these pinches, and has a lot of speed behind some of these shots. That is not one of them, though, as Palm Breeze has to back pass Serene, able to boom it in time. And Georgetown has to make this work. 2 minutes to go. 3 goals to score here in game 1.
3 goals to score with only 108 seconds left, so about 30-ish seconds per goal. Palm Breeze goes to send one out. Chronicle finds the block, and this is a tough moment for Georgetown. Losing ball control is a scary moment to be in. Palm Breeze goes for a defense. Blocked out. Castillo finds an open goal in Northern Arizona. Sinks another one in. 5-1. 90 seconds remaining.
And this game isn't necessarily a wash yet, but considering how Northern Arizona is looking, it might very well be.
Sure.
I know that's such an early call, and again, a very egotistical call in favor of Northern Arizona, but you can almost say that they've earned the right to. You can't completely, as Castillo now has to solo hold in the 2v1 before Chronicle can make it back. But NAU is able to follow this ball so consistently, and as many times as Georgetown is able to counter, it's just the control that NAU has had despite that makes it all the more impressive.
Control from NAU time and time again allows them to find these early aggressive goals that keep them up and running in a scary moment like this one. 60 seconds left. Not feeling scared at all. It's about 15 seconds per goal from Georgetown just to find an equalizer. Now even harder as Northern Arizona finds a 6th goal in game number 1.
Yet again, such a good spot. And it's what a lot of people expected. As this series continues, I want to remind you guys to check out the EGF Rocket League stream as well. Currently, Delaware and DePaul duking it out. Later on, they'll have Washington State versus Southern Utah. That's actually going on right now, excuse me. After that, they'll have Villanova versus University of Idaho, and then we'll finally finish it off with Cincinnati versus Marquette. As Palm Breeze is able to put one away after NIU is forced to slow down a little bit. And that lethality is what I think GU is going to have to settle on for most of these series to at least make that dent in these games, because otherwise they haven't been able to hold on to this ball long enough, and Northern Arizona is just scoring too quickly despite that. I mean, I see a future in which NIU makes it to 10 goals this game.
Sure. I think it's very possible. They're at 7 right now, 9 points almost in total. I believe this has already met the tie for our highest scoring affair today. I think we got the 9 points earlier, 7-2 on the board. Maybe NAU reaches out for those double digits like you mentioned, Teneric. Wouldn't be that surprising to see, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and if they don't do it here, then they'll try to do it in the next couple games that they have to play. Chronicle demo on Palm Breeze. No momentum behind the shot, though. That's for KJ to do. And the double tap almost there. Castillo going to have to try and force the style back. As Serene takes it from the corner. Can't do much. Legal Eagle. Good bop up on the 50. But there is simply not enough time to score 5 goals here. It is going to be Northern Arizona taking the victory here in game number 1.
Shocking that's just 5. Game number 1.
Yeah, it's, almost got another one. Wow. There it is! Wow. So much work done. That's a double demo into the 10th goal of the game and the 8th from NAU. My.
We reach those double digits. We do it quickly, and finally NAU does break through with that first game win. Took them maybe a little bit longer than they would have liked, but it's better to get it late than never. 8-0 or 8-2 on the board, 1-0 on the series. What is that? 14 shots on goal compared to 7 coming out from Georgetown. So Arizona had double the amount of aggression that Georgetown was able to find today.
And that's more than a 50% shot on goal rate. That is absolutely nuts. How consistent they are, how many shots they didn't have to take. Because I feel like in a situation against a team that is a little more mechanically gifted, we would see a lot more shots that Arizona takes with, you know, the same amount of goals or whatever. But yeah, that's such a very dominant game. No, the real way of putting it. Georgetown, again, they gave Northern Arizona a run for their money in those little breaths in between, but Arizona was quickly able to patch those back and score back tenfold anyway. So an 8-2 finish. Again, something that is not entirely unexpected with a matchup like this. The question is, can Georgetown begin to hold their own? Are they going to adapt to make it harder each step of the way for Northern Arizona here, as they have some good back passes going, but no momentum, and a slight whiff will force Legal Eagle for the early save.
Legal Eagle does find the save, so it's not a free goal for Northern Arizona. They had to work for it, and I think Georgetown's game right now is absolutely just keeping this as low a scoring affair as they can, because the second they let this collapse, the second they let it break through against them, we're going to see NAU run away with another almost 10 on the board, and no team wants to find themselves in that spot ever.
Certainly not. Georgetown is doing a good job of keeping the defense up. Chronicle has the dribble, met at the backboard by 2. Legal Eagle and Palm Breeze. Good contest. Not to force these pinches, not to force these ricochets, just stop the ball in its tracks and then worry about the next step. That's been a lot of the great ways to kind of counter this attack from NIU. Good shot by Legal Eagle. Chronicle able to just jump up and keep it though, at least for the moment. But Georgetown continuing this attack.
The attack staggering against them. Like you mentioned, Henrik, this is not the spot you want to be in for Georgetown, especially more so as KJ does sneak in that first goal over a minute off the board, but a win is a win regardless, and that point has been found. Let's see if this is something Georgetown can answer back, or are we going to see another 8-point win for Northern Arizona?
I think we can find the in-between in there, actually. I think that NIU is still going to be able to take this win, but I think Georgetown has already proven to make it a lot tougher. Sure. The question is, you know, now can this endurance test carry Georgetown for the next 4 minutes? They only let 1 goal by in 1. How many can you let go by in the next 3.5? Already as KJ on the front door, misses it, but Chronicle can intercept against the sideboard. Castillo shoots it in, and Chronicle is just in time to finish it. NIU, 1, 2, 3, and a 4 to make it 2-0.
It's so funny because it always feels like, you know, Northern Arizona the first few minutes, we're like, I don't, and then all of a sudden this happens every time. 2 games in a row. They score once, the rest just start piling on afterwards, and Northern Arizona feeling confident with their performance so far. 90 seconds off the clock, 2 goals on the board, and Georgetown finding themselves back against the wall once again. If they lose this game, it's only going to take 1 more to send them home in a 3-0 fashion.
Going into this series, Northern Arizona has scored 97 goals, so they've already broken past triple digits tonight.
Triple digits.
But they have also let only 36 goals go by, which will be 38 after tonight at least. But still, that is, I believe, tied for like the 3rd lowest in the league, despite how offensive they're choosing to be. Ooh! And it's going to be 1 more after Legal Eagle will follow the ball the whole way through. After a beautiful U-turn, had boost to keep up with it, and then the demo into KJ on top of that to make sure that there was no bump. Yeah. Chronicle unable to get there in time. A great play by Legal Eagle there to give Georgetown another goal here.
Georgetown, a goal on the board. They've cut the lead in half against their opponents, Northern Arizona University. I'd love to see them make that happen. Once again, a strong showing out the gate is exactly what this team needs. They fumble the bag in the early 2 minutes of the game. They find a goal, and as they see that glimmer of light, Northern Arizona stomps it out in front of them, putting a 3rd point up. 3 minutes left. Georgetown down 3-1.
And they just answer so quickly.
It's insane.
You always think that they don't have any more ankle weights to take off, and then they're just like, they rockly it back up. It's crazy. NAU, once again, up by 2 with 3 minutes still to go. A lot of games still left to play in all honesty here. And we've seen that Georgetown is able to find that that oppression, that lethality, but once they lose control of that ball, it might just, well, be curtains anyway. Castillo is going to get to that ball first, but it will lead to a faulty 50. Forced into the corner. KJ going to try and grab it. Cannot, though. And Georgetown does have a front line to go here. Palm Breeze, attempted stopper, but Castillo can take it right back. KJ, the ricochet over, so Castillo has an easier handle on it. And in fact, that might actually deter the goal from happening, and Legal Eagle will be able to get the boom back.
Here comes Chronicle, another great toss up and over. A very aerial style game from Northern Arizona. When they find Georgetown on the ground, they know they can go for that hard, aggressive run in and try to dominate the team with that close quarter style. It's been working wonders so far, and they're going to try to make it happen once again. 2 minutes remaining. Georgetown ball control for a moment, but Serene loses it. Legal Eagle has to go for the turnaround, goes for the defense, just barely kisses the side of goal. Serene overshoots it, and Legal Eagle gets a huge stroke of luck that Northern Arizona was not in play to get that free goal.
a very strange, uncharacteristic lull from both sides. I thought that like everybody disconnected their controllers simultaneously there for a second. That was crazy how much inactivity there was in front of such a lethal and volatile ball. But both teams scared to act, too scared to step out onto the middle school dance floor. And, you know, both teams pay for it. NAU cannot twist that knife any deeper. They can't pour that salt into the wound that will, you know, turn this into a match point for 3 straight games. And Georgetown, we're not able to turn it into a proper countermeasure that could make this game closer.
Yeah, like you said, Georgetown, no proper countermeasures in the wings, not quite yet at the very least. There's so much to be considering here, Tenerick, and I'm not sure if Georgetown's able to line things up with the speed they need for a level of success.
Might just not be up to snuff. This is NAU we're talking about. 8-0 out of the first split. And while the other teams have, you know, have played like 9 games, Cincinnati and Arlington in particular have played 9 games already. They have lost 1, and Northern Arizona has not. They look to continue that trend this week. And by the looks of things, I don't know if there's anything in the way going forward here, but Legal Eagle once again able to find a goal after having enough boost left in the tank. Great corner kick there. And again, just winning one simple 50 against KJ leads to this game being as close as can be again.
That's it done. We've heard this song before, and Georgetown is not like the ending, not quite yet, but they're looking to rewrite a new one. They want to put their own story into light here. They want to put a tie-up against this undefeated team. It would be something a lot of schools have not been able to do, to put a team win down on this. Even that 1 point on the board is something that these teams have fallen short for quite a few times so far, Tenerick. And it would, I mean, Georgetown would be one of few schools to take a game off of Northern Arizona.
I believe there's only been 3, if I'm not mistaken. Either 3 or 4. 5 rounds have been taken off of this team. 5, as opposed to the 24 that they have won in those 8 matches. Crazy ratio that looks to be continued as long as NAU can kill this ball. Chronicle is just going to try and boom it instead, turn it into a goal, and almost makes it. But the damage is already done. The game is already won, and NAU is on match point.
Match point for Northern Arizona. They're going to hit us with the cool flip and spin there onto oh my goodness, the bumper of the car. I love it. I love when teams do little coordinated things like that. It's silly, but it makes me laugh, and that's what matters. We're all here to have fun. And at the end of the day, Northern Arizona feeling pretty darn confident. It's only a 1-point victory, but we got to look at shots on goal again. 12 versus 4. That is a huge cluster.
But I think it just speaks to how great Legal Eagle was that game. Able to hold it down practically on his own. You know, winning those interactions against KJ, proving that NAU may need to direct a little more coverage onto that defense when Legal Eagle has that possession. I think everybody on Georgetown was has made an impact over the course of these past 2 games. It just hasn't all meshed together in the right way at the right time. But yeah, both these teams rare to finish things off. GU gonna try and take us to a 4th. Gonna try and take NAU to their 6th lost round, but it's not gonna start off well as NAU wins the kickoff and KJ wins the day. A 1-0 lead after 9 seconds.
A 1-0 lead after 9 seconds. Cedric, that is not something we say very often, but it goes to compliment, really, to highlight the aggression and the speed that Northern Arizona has found to be a very beneficial play style for them. It works against them time and time again, but, you know, it feels like they've always clawed themselves out into a win. Still, undefeated team, the only one here in the EGF.
Oh, Chronicle trying to 1v3, gets the job done enough for Castillo to try and go for the double tap, fakes it into the small arc. But Georgetown does not fall for it. They have too many personnel. They're able to make work of it. Now it's down in midfield. No one's there to pick it up. Georgetown still scoreless. And the pressure is on. NAU may have just hit that golden goal that they need to finish this off. And yet at the same time, considering how close that previous game was, it may be the only goal that NAU will be able to score this game. And maybe the only thing that they're able to hold on to. Because Georgetown is maintaining this pressure. They still have possession here. Palm Breeze messing up the geometry, though, and the defensive cycle now has to take wing a little bit as Castillo drags out of a 50. Palm Breeze up against KJ. Serene going to be able to boom it. And now comes Legal Eagle on that front line.
Legal Eagle on the front line wants to make some space against Northern Arizona, but this game's so different from what we were seeing earlier. It took the first couple of minutes for NAU to really get warmed up. They would come through, they'd find a bunch of scores in the second half, but it's the first half they've found, like you said, maybe the one and only goal they need. A huge performance coming out from this team time and time again. I don't think that streak is going to be broken at all today. 90 seconds gone, 3.5 remain. Second goal in from Castillo. Great shot in past 2 defenders. Threads the needle and finds more points on the board for Northern Arizona.
Yeah, it's a tough angle for Georgetown to really manage, and they did the best they could. Legal was trying to get in front of it, and everybody else from Georgetown was, I think, just rushing for it. Serene tried to go for the back pass, which actually I think would have totally worked, because there wasn't a whole lot of presence outside of that midfield, but everyone just a little too late to the party, unfortunately, and NIU going to be able to grab that second goal off of it. And I think that's the most, like, exciting part, is seeing that Georgetown is, still making that effort and still showing a lot of great signs. And again, it gives me a lot of positivity and hope for their ability to take on slightly easier teams than the only one that hasn't lost a single game so far this season. Like, it's a tough bar to overcome.
Without a doubt, it's a difficult spot to find yourselves in a scenario like this, but Georgetown keeping it way closer than I anticipated. Even with the scorelines we've seen, they have definitely shown signs of life, some great demolitions, some phenomenal defensive plays. I really am starting to think maybe it's the offense that falls maybe just a little short of the performance they've been trying to bring out today. We saw a few moments where they would have had ball control if they didn't overshoot, or just little things like that, but little things add up super quick in Rocket League, and Northern Arizona capitalizing on every single one of those small mistakes.
Wow, what a drop by KJ there. That was sick to find so much speed behind that while just like stranded in the air, and an amazing angle that he took to give that ball that extra kick that Chronicle could turn into goal number 3 here for Northern Arizona as we enter the halfway point of game number 3. Palmbury is going to be able to steal this corner boost, and Georgetown has possession again. Chronicle has to follow through, and Legal cannot break that gateway just yet. But it's staying close, it's staying tight, and NAU again, they cannot let this team breathe. Instead, they want to suffocate them. 4-0 now, and Castillo, I believe that is a hat trick for him.
Yeah, going to be a hat trick for Castillo there. 4th point on the board. 2 minutes and 19 seconds remain. Georgetown's been able to sneak a couple in each game. I think it was 2 or maybe a little bit around there both times, falling short this time, though. 2 minutes and 19 seconds to goal. At this point, put anything on the board.
Castillo again! Serene forced to save. KJ up in midfield. Goes for the drop. Not going to be there yet. Chronicle the demo. Castillo the repo. There is so much for this team to work with, and they are laying it all out on the table. Once again, ankle weights being dropped every single round, saying this is only 10% of my power. GU, they've put one on the board both times so far this series. NIU going for that lockout. 100 seconds left to really stake their claim on this series, to keep this lead intact, to make it burn, and to make that differential the best in the league, which they are still climbing towards. Chronicle, the drive into Castillo, nay, into KJ, and it leads to Legal Eagle on the block. Booted away, and Castillo for the back pass.
Northern Arizona, just genuinely a terrifying team. They're undefeated, and they have earned it every single time. It has never been that kind of like, oh, they've just had easy opponents. Like, no, they are bodying any and everybody who steps in their way at the EGF so far. Unfortunately for Georgetown, including that, this is going to be a 3-0 unless we get 1 goal per, 15 seconds, give or take. It's a huge ask from the squad, and I don't think it's something we're going to be seeing today.
I got to try and see when Northern Arizona does take on these bigger teams, because Cincinnati and Arlington, I don't think Northern Arizona has taken those teams on yet this season.
I don't think so.
I want to see when they do. They have North Dakota next, and then Washington State, as KJ is going to grab another one. And then they have Washington State, and they have University of North Dakota again, and then they have University of Montana again, and then they have Montana State. Yeah, a lot of it is just man, I totally forgot that Northern Arizona's Big Sky. That's why a lot of their wins have been coming through, just because they've been placed against these other Big Sky teams as well. So that's definitely also something that needs to be said, that's quite interesting, because Northern Arizona is the only Big Sky team in that top 8 for EGF. University of Montana is sitting right outside the cusp right now in 9th.
Ooh, that was almost a good goal.
But yeah, I mean, a pretty easy schedule, but with the dominant wins, it means that I think we still do certainly have a powerhouse
no doubt
on our hands come playoff season. Georgetown will be shut out in game number 3 and swept in the series. It's Northern Arizona keeping their undefeated streak going, now 9 wins strong.
9 wins strong. They have not dropped a single one, and it continues to be impressive. They continue to show us, doesn't matter who we are up against, we are going to win it in regulation and in a very dominant fashion. Now, I know we're going to go ahead, throw it to a super short break here. We're going to be back either with an interview or to close it out and welcome our newcasters in. Either way, we'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes. Hey there, everybody, and welcome back to the EGFC Rocket League Septilance and Tenrec with our final interview of the day with somebody whose name is also Galaxy, just like our first interviewee today. But this Galaxy, of course, coming from Northern Arizona. So, Galaxy, this is going to be a simple question for a team who's currently undefeated, but to come out and go 9-0, a 9-series win streak, do you kind of have something in mind where you're like, okay, yeah, that's absolutely what is putting us ahead of our opponents?
We kind of just like go into the game. We just kind of have this mindset. We just want to win. We just want to win every game we play and every series we play. We play really confident. We play really well with each other, and we just play really well-rounded Rocket League that most teams sometimes can't handle, and we just outpace our opponents.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you guys have proven undeniably at this point that you're the best team in the Big Sky division. But and now comes that afterthought that when playoffs come, Northern Arizona is going to have to break out of that division. Georgetown certainly a taste of that, but there's definitely some better teams out there that you guys will have to go up against in that postseason. And so, how is preparation for that going compared to the games that you guys have in the regular season?
We just practice every day. We practice as a team, and we just practice, and practice make perfect. And just for these hard teams that come up, and I know like UTA and all the other teams that are coming up, it's going to be a fun series against them, and I'm very excited to play against them, and as the team is very excited to play. We always get very excited and very excited to play teams that are around our skill level or a little bit above us, so because we learn and we just have fun with it too.
Yeah, you love to hear it. I love to hear the excitement to continue wanting to play and continue to wanting to improve. Galaxies, just one more question for you, and then we'll let you hit the road. Anybody you want to give a shout out or a thank you to just while you're here with us?
Shout out the team. They played a great game today. Shout out all the families and friends that are watching. Shout out our NAU official, our NAU esports, and our socials and all that stuff.
You love to hear it. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us, and congrats on another great win.
Thank you so much, and you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead and call it a night, but EGF is certainly not. Tenrick and I will be leaving, replaced by 2 fantastic casters, so you're going to get to meet in just a moment. Thank you to all 6 teams who came out tonight. Thank you to our great friend and producer, Aeon, and of course, all of you for watching. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of Rocket League tonight. We'll see you next week.
What is up, friends? Bullskunk and Soy Sauce here to finish out the evening here in week 2 of EGFC Spring Split. And well, we got some good games lined up for you. Starting off with University of Montana taking on Southern Utah.
Yeah, it should be a fun game to say the least. 2 teams that are pretty close in record, but you and I were talking before this started, Montana really kind of the big story for them. They're on a bit of a win streak coming into this game, and they've really started to, after a little bit of a shaky start, come into their own late in the season. Oh, and they're going to find one here.
No shaky start to this game as they look to continue that 5-game winning streak with a 5-second goal. Hiker getting aggressive. Look at that angle.
My goodness, what a shot. I mean,
what a shot.
From that side to hit it near perfect corner, that is beautiful. And High Crew, one of the players to watch for sure on the side of the Grizzlies. He is kind of the go-to guy for when Montana needs a play. But really the story for Montana too is that everyone has been stepping up. It's no longer feels like High Crew gets the world. Players like AZ and Okifin have been so good at finding each other, passing lanes, and finding each other in terms of getting these open spaces. As High Crew nearly found an angle there, but look at the sustained pressure that the Grizzlies have right off the bat.
Yeah, I feel like this is the first time we've seen the red half of the pitch here in this opening minute. I mean, University of Montana made their debut in Season 3 and came out of the gate with a lot of synergy, and with these same 3 starters, and they've only grown in that regard. Hiker going up, has a look at a goal. All 3 players from Southern Utah coming across to make sure that didn't turn into a 2-0. Clear from D-Town. It might be an opportunity for an attack here. Hawk looking for something in the middle. Can't get past Okifin, and Hiker's going to win the 50. Send the ball all the way back down. 2v1 the other side. Opportunity. Ooh, denied. Great block from Hawken.
Huge block there. AZ's going to win the challenge, and a whiff comes through in the back line. AZ, what a huge challenge that was. 50 miles per hour off of this. Hawken just does not see him coming, and I think it kicked off the hood of his car too. but it beats the back line and gives the Grizzlies a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it looked like it pinched out to me as well. I think that caught Silent completely flat-footed. Silent was not expecting that whatsoever. Oh, no, and then just gets demoed off the kickoff.
Ooh, look at
Daisy
that.
with another look here. Oh, my goodness, and Silent gets beat again. Silent struggling on the defense early here at game 1.
It's a bit of a surprise because Silent is one of the players who has really stepped up defensively for this team. He leads the team coming into this week with saves, 35 of them so far this season. But you look at the flip side here, and we haven't seen plays like this in a minute from the side of the Grizzlies, but this is starting to become a more regular thing with the win streak that they're on. You see O'Keefe and AZ finding each other in transition. That's a huge sign, a very good one at that for the side of Montana.
Touches it out to mid. Oki's not able to make the challenge, but AZ is there. Hawken tries to even get something started. Was looking for a pass to D-Town, and it bounces up at a weird angle. D-Town wins the aerial 50, sets it up. The ball will just not find the back of the net. Silent a little bit off the mark. Okifen just trying to dribble it down. Gets demoed. Here comes Southern Utah again. They're going to muscle it through, too, to get that goose egg off the board.
Finally, they get one back after giving up 3, and it's Hawken here. Just kind of a floater towards the net. But look at that. The bump from Silent to force that ball in. As you saw 2 defenders collapsing on it. Last one could not quite get back in time. So the Thunderbirds on the board here, and still plenty of time to bring this one back, but they gotta be careful because AZ was looking for the short side goal and nearly found it on that angle.
Biker trying to drop in the middle, but D-Town reads that play beautifully and might be able to get to Hawk. Oh, nice defensive play. AZ sends it into the corner, allows for a bit of a reset, then gets the demo. Montana, opportunity going on the attack as High Crew is able to sneak past one. Touch in the air goes in the Thunderbirds' favor. D-Town with an opportunity. D-Town with a goal. Southern Utah clawing their way back into this one.
AZ kind of gets caught flat-footed here as they win the challenge here, and D-Town just left with so much space to work with. And you see AZ is stuck on the goal line, couldn't read that ball off the backboard. And all of a sudden, you're right, it's a 1-goal game with really plenty of time remaining here, just under that halfway mark. AZ now with a chance, sends it high. High Crew's rebound chance will be denied away, and Silent now will corral this ball, and O'Keefe to move it forward, but D-Town shuts down that play once more, and the Grizzlies offense kind of getting bogged down in these corners again.
I was thinking the same thing. They're not able to put up that same pressure that we saw in the opening 90 seconds. Southern Utah, I don't know if they were just not warmed up or what, but they're starting to shut down the angles from Montana, starting to read it and just break up the play and not give the opportunities, not give the shots on goal. It's Silent going way high in the sky. AZ there to meet him, but Hawken with the touch trying to get the ball centered. Hiker able to defend that back into midfield. Good touch from D-Town. Ball spits up in the air after a challenge, lands right on Hawken's hood, wastes no time trying to drive down, blocked by AZ. Silent with the touch at midfield, just throws it up in the air. It's going to have to fall back in a defensive position here. O'Keefe putting it in off the backboard. AZ coming in for the shot, can't quite find it. Hiker is trying to throw in one to center, and there's just nobody there. Bit of a sloppy attack there from Montana, and it's coming back right towards their goal. It's going to take a play from Hiker there to disrupt and make sure Southern Utah didn't find one in transition.
And the pace of play certainly slowing down because both teams kind of realizing, hey, we can't really afford to give up another one in a game like this where the goals are coming in bundles and bunches. So the 3-2 scoreline holds for now, but this one is dangerous towards the far post. It's wide, and AZ using the pinch to try and clear that one. But the rebound's going to kick out for Silent. Saved away once more. O'Keefe now in transition, gets a demo. D-Town, though, trying to stall this one out. Silent's going to have to turn here, and High Crew now has to make a play on this ball. Does not find it. Silent's got a chance at this one, but O'Keefe with the block.
A brilliant read from Silent there. Knew they weren't going to get the shut off and made the rotation and put the pass back in the middle. And Southern Utah are still playing some pressure. Silent's going to drop another one, cross over to D-Town. D-Town surveying his option. Goes over AZ into the back wall. High Crew comes out a goal to push it towards the corner. 1 goal needed for Southern Utah to send this to OT. They can't quite make it happen. And we're headed into 0 seconds, and we're on the wrong side of the pitch. If you're a Thunderbirds fan, the Grizzlies will take game 1.
close one at that. Montana, after that kind of 3-goal storm, gives up 2, but they're able to hold on at the end of the day. AZ, the only one making a save. Goes to show that Southern Utah, the chances that they had, they were only able to put home a couple of them, but the defense of Montana maybe a little bit shakier than they'd like.
And we saw Silent had the opportunity. It was about the 30-second mark where he was looking for that upper 90 shot, and it was just narrowly off the mark. Bounces off the post, and I mean, that was the one. That was the opportunity they needed, and they just couldn't quite take advantage of it.
Yeah, very, very close at a couple of these chances, and I think Southern Utah, you got to feel good about the second half of that game where, although you give up 3 at the beginning, you kind of warmed up to the pace of play. You realize what you're getting into now. We'll see if they can kind of settle into this series, but Montana, they got to get back to that offense that they had at the beginning. They were able to find some open pockets. They were able to attack the backboard, but most importantly, that ball found its way out of the corner so quickly. This time around, or, towards the latter half of that game, they just could not get the ball out into a threatening position. Southern Utah's defense started to quickly adapt.
Oh, an opportunity here and a goal for Silent off the brilliant pass from D-Town. Using the wall to great effect. It's 2 passes off the wall and just left the Grizzlies guessing. Silent finds one on the right-hand side. This is 3 in a row for going back to game 1 here for Southern Utah.
Yeah, now Southern Utah's got their first lead of the series. I thought Okefin had a decent read on that ball, on that passing play, but just too many options, too slow to the play. And the Thunderbirds are able to collapse on it and get the opener here. Now AZ, look for Okefin, has a play, has an air dribble, looking to stuff it in, and if he can, no, D-Town just barely forcing that one out. Okefin gets a demo on the back line, but it's a pop-up over AZ. High Crew is there once again to bail this ball out, and now Hawken on the pinch. D-Town looking for the corner boost, waiting for it to spawn. Not sure if he got it, but he's going to need it here because AZ's got the double tap, and it's in! What a play from AZ! Tack another one onto his highlight reel.
Off the ceiling, off the ground. I mean, Southern Utah just overcommitted. Everybody was looking downfield into the red half, and nobody expected AZ to get that steal. Goal wide open. What a play. Okay, quick drive down, looking to make it 2 back-to-back. Ball was a little bit precariously in front of the net. Silent looking to get it out. We'll at least get enough of it to pop it up in the air. D-Town with a huge cross pass going over to Hawken. Gets the demo. Oh, gets demoed, excuse me. After the smoke fades, it was the Grizzly who was left standing.
It's not the best of touches from Okefin, though. D-Town with a low roller. High Crew been fairly silent this series so far. Outside of that opener, he's had to make a couple of saves to keep it close, but other than that, his offense has really been shut down. It's mostly been up to Okefin and AZ to make some plays here. But look at this, 2-on-1 the other way. Okefin bites. High Crew gets back in time. A dangerous ball in front, though. He's going to get jumped on by D-Town, and he's going to give Southern Utah their second lead of the night.
High Crew did good to get the original save in there, but the ball just drops in a terrible position. High Crew almost saved it again. Got a piece of it, but it was too little too late. Southern Utah regaining the lead as we approach the 3-minute mark. High Crew, important 50 win off the kickoff. As the Grizzlies want to steal this momentum back. Feels like it's firmly in Southern Utah's favor at the moment.
Yeah, Southern Utah certainly with all the momentum, but that's not a great touch. That one might go in. Yes, it will. AZ's going to get the credit for it here, but just a mistouch here that goes awry. What an angle that he finds, and oh no, kicks off the hood of his car behind him as he was jumping to react to the ball and rolls into the open net. So gifted a goal and gifted a chance are the Grizzlies back into this game.
You know what? I'm going to call that calculated on AZ. AZ has been the thief of game 2. Just single-handedly keeping the Grizzlies in this one.
I mean, you go back to the opener goal that he had to get the Grizzlies on the board here. You know, I think he actually stole that boost in the corner from D-Town in that sequence. to go for that highlight reel-esque goal. But now D-Town looking to make a play here, has the flick, and he gets him to near post and in. 3-2 Southern Utah.
This is end to end. And just danced around High Crew. High Crew ended up just glued in indecision and did not get off the ground anywhere near fast enough. D-Town, that's their third of the series. And Southern Utah once again is back and forth, reclaim the lead. Okifin's going to get demoed. AZ was trying to find the hat trick. Doesn't quite hit the mark. High Crew out of the corners. Facing 3, and D-Town's going to come away with it. Okifin with the challenge, keeping it in the white zone. Okifin off the post. High Crew with the rebound shot, though, finds the upper 90, and we're tied up once again.
Just all the chaos in front of the box here. Okifin throws one at the back post, and what a save it was from Hawken. But now you've got AZ rushing in. You got 2 more players who have all that momentum just to get back to the goal line. And High Crew's got that full net to shoot at, and he just punches it into the upper third to make it a tie game at 3 apiece now, just inside 2 minutes remaining.
Glad you called out Hawken on that save, because that was definitely it was definitely worth it. You credit where credit's due. Unfortunately, it will not. Well, it doesn't result in them maintaining the lead. Montana finally getting that one in. Montana have been putting a lot of pressure in over the past 30, 45 seconds, doing a good job of keeping it in the Utah half. As I say that, Hawken's able to escape it. In the 1v3, puts it off the top crossbar. Hawken is able to give the lead once again. Back in 4th. We continue to go here in game 2.
It's an own goal, so I guess an eye for an eye, right? AZ had one earlier, and Okifin gives one back. I think everyone thought that surely that was going to be an offensive touch, and once he jumps, it's going to be a little bit softer. But Okifin going for a demo, I believe, ends up putting it into his own net. So an unfortunate situation, but now maybe a chance either way. I'm not sure that roller would have been on target there, so a decent touch in front, but no one able to follow up and put home a 5th here for the side of Southern Utah. As D-Town moving forward, High Crew has to race over to this ball. He's the last man back. Now Okifin to keep this one forward, but Silent steals it from him. And AZ with minimal boost wins the challenge at first, but using the corner to do so. Okifin another one dangerous, and now a short time remaining. Ooh, a whiff comes through, and Southern Utah just feels like the ball is constantly on the hood of their car.
Okifin, though, with a steal here. Just has one to beat for the tying goal. We'll put it in. Donuts for everybody. As Okifin are keeping Montana in this game here in the final 30 seconds. What a move. Nice little second touch there. 4-4.
Wild series to start our night here on official EGF. It just back and forth, constant action. Both of these teams able to stretch the field so effectively. And now, with short time remaining, it feels like that next goal might do the trick, but the way these offenses have played, I'm not even sure. As Okifin dropping this one down off the ceiling, D-Town is there. High Crew's shot is on. Save made by Silent. Rebound from AZ. Can't find the touch.
Now, Southern Utah wants up in a transition. Good rotation from Okifin, and it's going back into the wide half. Into the corner. Demo. 1 second mark, AZ in the sky. Okifin in front of the net. The ball gets knocked down. We're looking for the golden goal. OT here for game 2.
Big overtime here. If you're Southern Utah, you do not want to let this game go to match point this early in what feels like a nail-biter series between these two already. Okifin trying to move this ball forward. Can't find a touch off this corner. High Crew looking for something. Might have gone for a bump there on Hawken, but could not find it. AZ, wow, what a challenge. That one nearly finding its mark. High Crew shot on, saved by Hawken. Okifin, that's a harsh kick out off the wall. It leaves a shot for D-Town. Bouncer wide of the net. And AZ is there, but now you're seeing a lot of demos come through. It's a lot of free space, potentially for Southern Utah.
There's a midfield. Silence grab it, take it to the sky. D-Town quite a ways back. Silence gonna single-handedly drop out of the air for the ground pinch. Southern Utah bring it back. We are tied 1-1 in this series. Oh my, what a play to bury that game-winning goal.
a shot from Silent. You said it. The ground pinch was everything. But it all happens off of a fake there, right? He goes up in the air, and everyone thinks, okay, he's going for a flip reset. That's the way that you go about it. You get the underside of your car on that ball, and you flick it forward. But he fakes it and then goes straight back down, races that ball back to the ground. Seemed like Haikru had a decent read on the play when he comes off the wall to try and get in front of that ball too, but at the end of the day, he's just a fraction of a second late, and AZ unable to react to it as well. So despite some crazy action, Southern Utah feels like they've warmed up to this series and they've got the momentum back.
That was the textbook epitome of back and forth game. I'm pretty sure if you look at back and forth game on Wikipedia, it's going to show this game right here. It was 1 goal apiece all the way down into a 5-4 total tally. Oh, Silent right out the gate looking for some early blood. Defense holds, and Montana breathes a sigh of relief.
They're going to have to find something here. Haikru gets 1 block. Silent kicks that one off the backboard. AZ keeping it there. Dangerous ball. Okifin can't turn that one back on target. Now, AZ to corral this one at midfield. Goes up the wall once more, but he won't follow it. And that leaves Hawken with a free touch onto this ball back into the red half. And maybe Haikru has a touch here. Wow, that would have been a crazy angle. Demo on the back line as well. Okifin moving in. But as we approach that minute of play here into game number 3, no goals so far, but still feels like the pace of play has not dropped since that overtime.
D-Town racing towards the red half, but Ogefin's one with the touch. Hawken comes in, second man, keep it in the zone, but nobody else there to follow up. Big contact, Haikru disrupted. The ball shoots into the corner, and D-Town scoops it up. Pretty much doing the same thing the other way, just trying to get the clear. A little bit of a dump and chase approach here from Southern Utah. Silent with the touch at midfield. Grabs the boost as well, but then just rotates back. Now playing out of that midfield. D-Town's going to take it in, see if they can find something in the middle. Going up for the challenge. Haikru just narrowly able to get a piece of that ball. Send it wide. Clear back towards the other end. It's a big whiff up top, but the ball's not on target. AZ's going to push it to the outside. Okifin with a touch off the side. Pass to AZ. AZ's got Haikru in the middle. Silent gets between them, and the ball's up in the air. Okifin gets demoed. Haikru circles back around. Thinks they have something on net, but Silent's in the way, and it ends up midfield. Ball up in the air into the corner. AZ misses the pass. Hawk to Silent. Silent off the wall, going in for it. Nobody makes contact. Ball bounces off the ground, and finally AZ's the one to push it out.
Maybe a chance here for Haikru to do something. He's going to throw it off the corner. AZ unable to reach that ball. But Southern Utah, it feels like there's a little bit of difference in how these offensive styles are kind of combining. We saw early on in game number 1, Montana was finding a lot of success in terms of the chemistry. They're finding each other in passing lanes. They're finding each other, or at least finding ways to give each other space. But as this series has gone on, Montana has had less and less space to work with, and the plays that they're trying to make to free up this space, they're trying to, go for demos, go for a few more bumps, and just kind of throw that ball down into the other half off the backboard to try and find those open pockets. There's just less and less space because Southern Utah has started to kind of catch on to it. And on the flip side of that, you see the Thunderbirds, when they move down the field, it's almost always they're trying to make it like a 2-on-1 rush. They're trying to create that odd man rush by using each other in transition.
I'm looking to do that here, but Haikru finds the demo. AZ comes away with the ball, drops it in the middle for Okifin. Good challenge, but Haikru's going to get an opportunity off the backboard. Silent, here comes that speed you're talking about from Southern Utah. Silent races down. Hawken has to slope just a bit, puts it off the wall. Shot from D-Town, won't hit the mark. AZ finds a loose ball. Here comes Silent, able to win the 50, pushes it back in. All 3 players from Southern Utah against the left wall. Driving across. Haikru meets him. Hawken, midfield. Denied. Big, booming clear. Haikru waiting for it with the cherry pick at our first goal of game 3. Haikru with the faith in the defenses all the way down on the other side. And look at this pass. Right on the money.
What a beautiful play from Montana. You should have seen the look on my face. My jaw dropped. I mean, how does Haikru sneak behind there, behind the entirety of the enemy backline, and they're able to get that tap in? And I thought he was going for a flip reset too, the way he touched the ball, but he ends up getting it to the back post with a minute remaining now. And that was a huge goal after 4 minutes really of no real breakthroughs for either squad. After consistently scoring the first 2 games, to get one late here is massive.
D-Town wants that equalizer so bad. And if that one goal just feels like it has so much weight behind it, after, coming off that 9-goal game we just had, like you're talking about, suddenly this one feels like it could carry the game. Haikru credited for a save deep out of the pocket. Hawkett going forward. Met by Okifin. Up into the air, AZ put it off the wall, back to Okifin. Okifin denied. 2 players went up for that one from the defense. D-Town holds on to the ball. Seconds on screen for Southern Utah to try to tie us up. Montana go to match point, but silent from downtown! Able to tie the game with 2 seconds left. Unreal stuff here in Game 3.
Are you kidding me? 79 miles per hour? This was an absolute laser from downtown, and it finds the net. The entirety of the Grizzlies caught off guard. Okifin was there, but he pulls off the challenge, and now we go to overtime for the 2nd game in a row.
These 2 teams just feel so evenly matched. And for the 3rd game in a row, I don't know who's going to win it, but I can tell you it's going to be a 1-goal difference yet again. Southern Utah, we're able to clutch up Game 2. Hawking with a demo early to try to make it a repeat in Game 3. D-Town along the outside, going in, can't make contact. Haikru has the ball. Hawking with the challenge. Midfield ball is going to be met with Okifin. D-Town gets a piece of it, forces it into the corner where all 3 Thunderbirds were waiting for it. But a pass down to the middle with an opportunity, but the ball is shot low and easily defended. Haikru working off the wall, gets the 2nd touch, off the back. AZ is just going to repeat the process. Man, can't make it to control as it's Hawkins coming away with it. Haikru up in the air at midfield, but loses it. Hawkins just going to split one down. Didn't quite have the punch that they were looking for.
This is a lot of sustained pressure here from the side of Montana. They have spent a lot of time on offense here, and although it's not generating those high-quality chances, it's burning a lot of resources and forcing Southern Utah into kind of awkward positions. They can't break out as cleanly as they'd like to. Even here, that's a dangerous pass. AZ almost on the other side. Wait, the rebound from Haikru. The devil back line, and Haikru's got the overtime winner.
Haikru had been a little silent through the first half of this game. Ends up coming back and scoring both goals for Montana, including this overtime winner. Oh my. What a series. What a series. Back and forth we have gone in every fashion. Sorry, it has been goals are going 1 for 1 each way. The games are going 1 for 1 each way. Grizzlies struck first and right now are on match point. Look at those shots. Look at how evenly distributed Montana's attack is.
Show the growth of this team, right? Last season, it felt like Haikru was the guy. It felt like, first killer on Rogue, just running circles around everybody. But Okifin and AZ have really risen to the challenge this season. Both of them have had fantastic splits in the fall and seemingly picking up right where they left off. And even here, in a game where, Haikru feels like he's been kind of kept to backline duty, Montana's still able to generate a ton of chances and be able to sneak one away in overtime there. And so Southern Utah, now all the pressure on them in this series to try and push us to Game 5.
And, talk about creating a lot of chances. Just to elaborate on that, Montana have led in shots for all 3 games. Good defense from Okifin, able to read that ball off the wall, chases it down, an opportunity here. That was not going to be on the mark, but Haikru goes up to the sky, double tap, no, just drop it right in, but D-Town read it like a book. It's right in front of it.
What a crazy shot from Haikru. That angle, that is so difficult to hit, and he gets that perfect kick out, but the body of the defenseman right in front of the goal line to get that ball back out. And these are some dangerous chances that Montana is now starting to get a little more consistently. Southern Utah certainly a little shaky here early as AZ might have one off the backboard, but that's a good read by Hawken.
And Silent's going to drop it right back in the middle, looking for D-Town. Pass not quite clean enough, and it becomes a scramble. Okifin's the one who walks away with it. Okifin's got a player in the middle. That's the shot denied! Hawken screams across to make a huge save and keep us tied up at 0-0.
What a huge save. Southern Utah's defense really coming up clutch here with a couple of great defensive reads, and sometimes it's that defense that can, help spark some momentum. You get a key save, a goal line play, and maybe they'll be able to do something with it. But so far, I don't want to keep harping on it, but again, that transition game for Southern Utah feels like it's been a minute since they've been able to get more than maybe a shot on goal out of the midfield. And a lot of demos come through. It's going to slow down the pace of play for now. But back to Montana possession, and they're able to kick this ball back into the white half.
That once again going up along the wall. I feel like Montana have tried a couple of different approaches. There's another shot, and Silent is able to keep that one out. Big boom and clear. Midfield protection there from Montana and keep it in the zone. AZ off the ceiling, dropping it in front of the goal. High Crew and AZ both crash, but the ball spits up in the air. Hawken has a look at it. Okifin goes up for it as well. Hawken eventually touches it out, but it doesn't go far enough. AZ out of the corner will get it to High Crew. D-Town able to challenge. High Crew doesn't get a solid touch on that one, but Montana maintain possession and are keeping the pressure going. Here comes the breakout. Southern Utah in a 3v1. High Crew makes one save and is able to place it behind D-Town. What incredible ball placement to deny a rebound. Smart play from the senior and the captain of this Montana squad.
I think yours and mine, our eyes both went wide as we saw that 3-on-1, and we thought surely Southern Utah gets something out of this, but High Crew, what a smart play defensively to get that ball back, and the hustle from Okifin to then bail out his teammate afterwards, because surely if that rebound chance gets shot on, that might find the back of the net. But now High Crew, look at this, baits one defender in, has the juke, the challenge comes through, and AZ nearly had one there, but the defense of Southern Utah, again, starting to go into a little bit of a panic because they know they need to get this ball into the red half.
I will say Southern Utah are doing a good job of adapting. Montana throwing a couple of different looks at him here to try to break the stalemate. And it's been close, but the Thunderbirds have held on, and now an opportunity here to see if they can put one on the board. D-Town loses control of it. Over to AZ, over the top, Okifin finds goal number 1 in game 4. It could be enough to send the Thunderbirds packing. It's the 1-2, little give and go as Okifin, AZ combined for our first goal in this game.
Reaction was insane. That pass was perfect, and you saw the line for the give and go. But so many times in that situation, the reactions are just a little too slow. They don't find the touch. They don't find the angle. That was within seconds of that pass being made. It's an instant pass back, and the defense not ready for it in that moment. And now Southern Utah really up against it. They need to find something here. It's been a minute since they found that high quality chance. They got to come up with something here offensively. They've got decent pressure. They've got boost. But AZ steals the ball away, and he's just going to play for the clock here. Out of the corner, High Crew to kick it up, and D-Town makes the save.
Drop it down towards red net. Empty goal. What? What happened here? The defense falls apart with 30 seconds left, and Hawken takes full advantage. High Crew committed that. AZ, I think, got bumped over into the corner. The way they were sliding, that had to be some contact. And it just leaves the goal wide open. And, if you thought this was going to end just nice and easy, no. We're tied up. We're threatening to go to a third overtime in a row. Silent didn't want that to happen. Off the wall, D-Town, chance to take the lead, denied.
And all of a sudden, Southern Utah coming alive here in the final seconds, and they're starting to up their pace of play. They're getting a few more demos, too. You talked about how they were able to get that demo earlier on AZ to tie this game up. Okifin just barely pushing that one wide, and AZ, the pinch, maybe a third overtime here, could be in the cards if this one touches the ground, and High Crew will let that happen. Here we go, third overtime in a row, and if Montana wins it, they take this series.
And it'll be the fourth game that is decided by a single goal between the Grizzlies and the Thunderbirds here in week 2. Week 2 is spring, week 10 of the season.
Silent. No touch coming out quickly there. And High Crew just had a free clear at it. So Hawken able to make a play. What a double tap. Oh, my.
Oh, no. The third touch is there.
Oki Finn in overtime is going to give the Grizzlies the win, but it's AZ being a playmaker, setting up his teammates. What a double tap coming left to right at the goal to set up Oki Finn's rebound punch-in. And the Grizzlies coming up clutch back-to-back overtime goals.
Oh my, and they held the Thunderbirds to 3 shots there in game 4. I mean, really just stymieing any chance. And it kind of felt like after the 3v1, after that one didn't go home, I couldn't help but feel that Southern Utah looked like they were searching for answers.
Yeah, I agree, right? And part of it is Montana's pressure, right? Montana, you're talking about how all the different ways that they were able to attack that net offensively. They were able to score in so many different ways that it felt like Southern Utah kind of got locked in and siloed in into that, transition game. And once that started to fall apart, they couldn't really find too much. They finally found that goal late to get the game into overtime, getting a little bit more physical and finally able to break out. But it just felt like their offense could never, after game 3, get their wheels back under them and find a way to sustain some offensive pressure.
Well, we're going to get to talk to Montana and get their thoughts on what was an incredibly close series. Give us a second, and we'll be back with an interview in just a moment.
We believe in community and in ourselves. We create, adapt, discover. And when confronted by uncertainty, we don't stand idly by. We never have. We get involved, lead by example, even when things are tough. Especially when things are tough. We take action because Villanovans are like that. Stronger together. Ignite change. Go Nova.
Welcome back, friends. We've got more EGFC Rocket League action coming at you directly. This time we've got the Trojans out of Southern California taking on the Wildcats from Villanova, Pennsylvania. But this could be a good one. Villanova's had a super strong season, a real glow up from them this year.
Yeah, Villanova, again, 7-2 so far, and it's a team that, you know, I mentioned last week, has kind of been looking for their big break, and it feels like this year they finally have got everything together. The lineup is clicking, and they're a very dangerous squad in the Big East now.
I mean, Southern California are no slouches. I mean, they're new this season here at EGFC, and I mean they're competing with the big dogs. Their losses are to traditionally top teams here in EGFC. This is not going to be easy for either squad. A real test here for both the Trojans and the Wildcats.
Yeah, USC had a big win last week against St. John's, and now here they're going to get tested by this Wildcats roster that has really started clicking. But USC, I mean, we talked about their program and how many players they've got, the different roster iterations that we've seen from them, and they just continually find ways to be in series and win games, and we'll have to see if that's the case today against Villanova. So far, they were able to get some offensive pressure, but no real high-quality chances through the first 45 seconds. But maybe one here, as that one's going to be dangerous off the backboard, and Milk Boy's follow-up is just off.
One ball going the other direction. It's going to wind in the corner. I've noticed we do not see Rebel on the pitch here for the Trojans. USC missing their top scorer here, and it could be a very important matchup in week 2. Milky Boy, though, look at that challenge. Open things up. Villanova taking the lead 101 into their first game.
Yeah, first time we've seen the Porg Lord enter the fray for the side of USC, but just an unfortunate kick out of VTR. The ball kicks right to his side. The side that is not quite, or the side of the car that is facing the goal line, and you never want to be in that situation because there's no easy way to corral that ball back, and it's an easy jump there for Milky Boy. So Villanova, they strike first here, and they're looking for more. They've got a backboard play here potentially, but VTR, solid read on this one. And Riley will corral this ball and move it back forward for the Wildcats.
VTR, also known as Vitor. It's short for Vitor, which I may use because it's less syllables, and I like having less syllables. And Vitor's going to get the save on that one, but Riley comes in for another shot. Morris was trying to come in for the third man, but Worry able to get just enough of the ball to send it back down into the blue half. I'm a horse just going to boot it up and allow for a bit of a reset. Riley goes up top, keeping that defense honest as they put a laser on. Milky Boy comes up with goal number 2, though. It goes off a defender and right in the back of the net.
Yeah, good save here by Wordy, but the clear here, Porglord is just kind of caught in no man's land. There's not an easy touch to get power at that angle that he's coming at, and so it's an easy follow-up there for Villanova to once again kind of leap on a defensive miscue, and just like that, the Wildcats have a 2-goal lead.
And with two teams that have been performing as well as these two have, not having Rebel in the lineup, I mean, maybe it was, some scholastic obligation, tests or something to study for, but I feel like we're noticing that absence already, and we're only, just almost halfway through game 1.
Yeah, they had some early pressure with Rebel out. You're going to be looking at players like Wordy and Vitor to be able to make some plays, because statistically those have been the guys, but this is also Porglord's first game on stream, so maybe some jitters, but we also talked last week, and they were talking about how some of that shaky start comes from the fact that they've got so many different players, so many different play styles, that it takes a little bit longer for that communication to really come online. We'll see how quickly they can do that here in this series.
It also means, we can't really judge the Trojans too harshly just off of, the first half of this game or even game one in its entirety, because they definitely seem to ramp up as the series goes on, more than other teams I've seen here in EGFC at least. I'm a horse with good stuff up top. Vitor misses the aerial challenge. The Milky Boy gets knocked off course, so Wordy's able to wrangle control. Going over the top, one of the double tap. Riley's going to able to find the save. Milky Boy demoed in the net. But Horse is able to maintain control and just play a little keep away long enough for that spawn to come in. Milky Boy's back, trying to pass it off to Horse. Ends up just taking it themselves. Nice challenge from Milky Boy. Sends it into the red half. Has Horse in the middle. Misses the touch. And the ball just kind of drifts into the corner. It becomes a battle for possession. Horse with the back pass over to Riley. Riley going up in the air, just looking for a solo effort, but it is denied as Portgalore gets demoed, but the save is there.
Now with just over a minute remaining, you're still at that 2-goal deficit here if you're USC, but you're starting to feel a little bit of that momentum come online. Feels like they've settled in a bit more to this series in terms of that pace of play. And now you can see Wordy, he's hunting for a demo here. He's going to find one, but the challenge, who wins the race to it? It's I'm a Horse. VTR just too slow to it, but Wordy is able to kick this ball back down in. Still feels like it's been a minute since USC has had that real high quality chance, but they're starting to gather up more possession. As I say it, what a demo from I'm a Horse and a challenge. Make it 2 demos and a tap in for Riley. Stuffs it off the crossbar and down.
I mean, I'm a Horse just turns it into a 3v1. I mean, oh, look at that. Just splatters Vitor all over the pitch. Riley, the right place, right time, able to finish that ball. Less than 30 seconds remaining, and Villanova firmly on top.
Yeah, you're looking at a goal every 10 seconds or less here for the side of USC, and that is not an easy task. Maybe a touch here. No, not coming through. Vitor able to move that one forward. Milky Boy, save made by the Porglord, and not too much afterwards. So time ticking away here in USC, running out of time to put one home. They won't be able to do so on this attempt. Maybe Vitor, but no, Riley shuts it down. Either way, game one of this best-of-5 series is going to the Wildcats.
Dominant performance. And the Wildcats just looked firmly in control. They seem to be setting the pace. They had the majority of the possession reflected there in the shots. 9-1. Oof.
Yeah. Oof, to say the least. Oof. Here. That's a pretty solid description, you know.
Yeah, that's my professional commentating analysis. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly feeling the lack of presence from Rebel here is USC, but we're still seeing some good stuff here from USC. I mean, after the first kind of storm that Villanova puts on them through the first, a minute and a half of action, they started to settle in. They started to get their defensive rotations on point. Only at the end did they really get called out, and it was through a fantastic solo play from I'm a Horse, demoing 2 defenders. How does he find that line to free up the goal? And it still took Riley to be there at the exact moment. He had to be there any later, and it would not probably have gone in that sequence. So USC feels like they've started to warm up to the pace now. The question is, do they have enough in the tank to start to get some wins under their belt? Because they're still searching for their first goal of this series.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to be, too harsh on them after one game. I know that oof sounded harsh. I didn't quite mean it that way. But look at Riley coming in over the top with the second touch and opening things up once again. Riley gets their second goal of the day.
Excuse me, Vitor is just barely... He's so close to making the read on the ball, but Villanova is just so fast to the play. It just barely gets over top of him, and it leaves Wordy and the Porglord out to dry in that sequence, because that shot, he's got basically the entire net to shoot at. As long as he's not throwing it directly at a USC body, that ball is destined for the back of the net. And Villanova's offense always finds ways to come alive in a series like this, and they're able to strike first here as we're about a minute into the action. And once again, USC on the back half here. Riley looking for something, but BTR to kick it to the corner.
Horse regains possession of it. Milky Boy just keeping it out of VTR's possession. Riley's going to put one right in the middle, following the demo. The shot is off target. Porglord trying to get it out of there, but Mr. Horse is able to keep it in. Captain Horse, should I say. Look at the shot from Riley as Riley continues to rack up points. This one, just a laser from the middle. Brilliant pass from Milky Boy. Ball didn't even touch the ground.
So the first pass they get comes off of the corner, off the backboard, and they're able to get the aerial goal. This time around, it's an infield pass from the sidewall. Villanova attacking multiple ways, and look at the pinch play. Excuse me, what is this?
We're gonna calculate it. Riley comes in, and the pinch is perfect. Riley credited with it. I'll get him a hat trick here in game 2. And once again, we've got a 3-0 scoreline. This one didn't take nearly as long.
And Villanova's offense might have another one. Riley nearly finding that angle. Milky Boy also trying to get in on the action there, but we'll find an infield pass. VTR is there to deny that one. This is the scary part of Villanova, is that sometimes, you know, you get into these series against the Wildcats, and if you're not ready to, you know, play fast right from the get-go, they hem you into your own zone better than almost anybody, and they are so quick to this ball. Look at this double tap from Riley. That was a solo effort from him to stretch the field and get back to it. They can just eat defenses alive if they aren't able to quickly break out of their own zone, and USC falling prey to it here.
Oh, I love what I'm seeing out of Riley. Traditionally a third man here for the Wildcat squad. Riley has put up as many goals today as we have seen previously in the season from Riley. Ooh, but Vitor with a nice move. Able to find the first goal of the day here for USC.
I missed the name there, but that huge bump on the first challenger coming in for the side of Villanova frees up the space for VTR to get the ball on the hood of his car, and then the flick, the speed of that flick, really impressive, really well done to get that opening goal. And they're going to find a second here. The Porglord sneaking one underneath, but it's the effort of Wordy that sets him up.
Porglord finding their first goal of the season. There's a monumental moment. Congratulations. Welcome to the EGFC.
And a huge one at that. And by the way, the touch from Wordy to get that ball down off the wall, he had to really crank the wheel in order to get that ball back down to him, but it's a perfect setup. And now you're starting to see the magic of USC. When that chemistry starts to come online, all of a sudden, they can get goals very quickly and get this back to an even game. And now we'll have to see, with 2 minutes remaining, does USC have more in the tank here, as Wordy has to ground pinch that one outside of his box.
Milky Boy from the outside. Riley looking for goal number 4. Goes off the top. Milky Boy challenge, and the ball ends up in the corner. BTR trying to wrestle it away. Ooh, nice touch from Wordy, just barely getting over the head of the attacker for Villanova. But look at this, quickly, Wordy was all the way back towards the other side, but just as quickly, here comes Villanova in transition. Horses drop down, blocked by Wordy. Vitor towards the corner. Riley's going to get the touch, and the ball bounces over VTR. Riley with a straight shot on, trying to thread the needle there. Wordy's able to turn it in front of him, but it leaves a nice shot for Horse. Spits back out. Horse has it once again. Right along the wall, no options in the middle. Milky Boy eventually shows up to put one right down the center. Milky Boy with the answering goal here for Villanova off of a gorgeous centering pass from Riley. And some good contact from Horse in the middle.
Similar to that second goal I think we saw in this game, the infield pass was beautiful, and the harassment on the back line as well, just chasing down defenders, saying you can't pause and cover all this extra space, slow down your momentum. You gotta soar through. Riley getting a demo too means VTR's gotta be very careful, but he's only got so much boost in the tank. Two players combine here and leaves it dangerously in front, but Wordy is gonna have that shutdown angle. He's gonna be able to clear it only for a moment, as Milky Boy has an angle. He and Horse,
oh no,
so greedy going for that ball. Both of them saw the line and went for it.
Oh no, that's Milky Boy is not happy with the captain after that one. Captain Horse just kind of some big contact. Horse does get a little redemption here with a save, and it's back to midfield. Wardy having to make a U-turn to grab that one and just gets slammed into. Riley over the top, was looking for somebody in the middle, but Horse was too far on the outside. Excuse me, that was Milky Boy on the outside. Horse playing third man back, now coming in. Gonna put this one off the backboard. Riley looking for the follow-up. Dropping in the right-hand side, but it doesn't quite get between the posts. 10 seconds remaining here in game number 2. Villanova looking to move up to match point, barring a miracle goal here in the final seconds, but already can't make it happen. Ball's going to drop, and your Wildcats are now 1 game away from moving up to 8-2 in the season.
Kept up for a decently long time here, but yeah, Villanova is going to walk away here with game number 2. As that ball will finally touch, and now it's locked in. Now they're on to match point, but really good stuff to both squads here, finding success offensively. Obviously, USC scoring for the first time in this series. The Portland getting on the first time, or getting their first goal in here, or in the EGFC, I should say. But it feels like Villanova's offense is really the story. Look at the shot differential. They just continue to pepper the net and find different ways to score. The infield passes are so dangerous. The backboard play is always a threat. And if none of that works out, they've still got that physical nature, flexing the muscles here, and are able to get a handful of goals very quickly and jump to an early start.
Riley with a fantastic game with the hat trick, and assist, and a save. Really enabling Villanova to take that strong game too. Milky Boy off the kickoff, wants to go in immediately off the post. Rebound blocked by VTR. Lord comes in and push it into the corner. Make sure they don't get a third attempt at this. Horse will get this ball. Try to throw it back into the middle. Milky Boy can't squeeze through the 2 defenders that go up for it. Just left the goal open, and here comes Horse once again. Off of Wardy's hood, the ball gets stolen. Pushed back down. Villanova working out of this corner one more time. Challenging this defense to see if they can repeatedly keep them at bay. So far, at least for the past 40 seconds, Trojans from Southern California are able to deny Villanova their prize.
Defense has been pretty good so far. Only a double commit or 2, but none of major consequence. The problem is now that Riley takes that boost, they are very short in the tank as Riley nearly tried to tuck it in short side. Milky Boy's going to get a demo here on VTR, and that's even more boost off of the playing field for the side of USC. I'm a Horse still can't find a Trojan member. VTR's pinch gets it over top of 1, and finally they're able to get that ball across the midfield line, but no clean touches means this ball's dumped right back in. VTR kicked out off the wall, centering ball, and they're 3 for 3 on these infield passes. It's beautiful from Villanova.
And it's Riley once again with just the perfect cross. Exact right height, so it makes it easy for Captain Horse to get that over the defenders. Those one taps, those crosses coming out of Villanova have been just sublime. Ooh, Riley almost sneaking a quick one in. Shot from Wong. Horse got another.
A bullet to the top of the net this was. Riley with the fake jukes that first defender, and Wordy has to make that save, but at that point, it's an easy follow-up for Imahorse. And look at the speed on that ball into the top shelf to make it 2-0 for the Wildcats. And again, similar to the first 2 games that we saw this series, Villanova taking the early lead, and it's up to USC to battle back now.
Riley is having a phenomenal night. Riley just absolutely cleans out the goal, removes 2 defenders, one with the joke and then with the subsequent shot. Here comes Riley again, pulls 2 defenders into the corner, Horse into the middle, the ball goes over their head. Milky Boy from midfield line will tap it back in. But I cannot express just how impressed I have been with Riley's play this evening.
Yeah, Riley looks fantastic, and it's good to see him get back into form. We've seen a couple of substitutions from Villanova's side recently, and to see him back in the lineup finding success is huge, as they nearly found another goal there. He's got the ball now, going for the air dribble,
there's one.
And he's got it. The defense just can't get there in time, and Riley puts on a 3rd for Villanova.
On top of 2 assists, Riley now has a goal. Riley has been a cornerstone of the attack from Villanova all night long. A big part of all 3 goals here in game 3, excuse me.
He might be looking for more here. This is a
There he goes
dangerous air
again.
dribble. Wordy, I mean, look at the angle Wordy has to take to make a save here. And look at the infield pass. Horse finds Milky Boy, make it 4-0. And we just crossed the halfway marker here at game 3.
Wow, the entirety of the defense are going from left to right across your screen. And Milky Boy just intercepts that perfect pass and just able to get it behind all 3 defenders. Villanova are just looking so strong this year. Threatening to move up to 8-2 if this 4-0 lead holds. And really cement themselves amongst the top players here at EGFC.
They really are, and it's a wide open bracket for them to take with a couple of the results that have happened in the past week or so. To see Villanova at 8-2 for a squad that, again, it feels like for the past 2 seasons, I'd say they've come so close. They get all of these goals offensively, but they just can't hold on defense. As the Borg Lord going to show a little bit of a scratch in the armor here as Riley, just an awkward catch there. Hard to play that ball off of the ramping part of the floor to the wall. The Borg are taking full advantage of it to put 1 on the board for the Trojans.
Yeah, I mean, circling back to Villanova. Also, congratulations to Borg. That was a good read. Way to stick with it. But circling back to Villanova, I mean, their losses are to Seton Hall in a 2-3, Game 5 thriller against University of Montana. I mean, they were 1 game away from being 9-1 at this stage, assuming this lead holds. I'm not counting the Trojans out just yet, as Vitor's going on the attack. Shot from the outside will get blocked. Wordy's going to keep in the zone, but Horse is all over it and carries it down into the red half. Pass from the middle. Milky Boy waiting for it. Misses. Porglord is trying to escape the zone. Riley comes up to greet him. Says hello with a big old demo.
Porglord's going to have a play here. Kicks it mid, but only Horse is there. Now that one's dangerous in front, but the touch goes wide of the net. Wordy will get a block on 1. 45 seconds now on the clock. VTR unable to find a touch out of this corner, and the time is just ticking away, and I'm a Horse will put another one in. That's a hat trick for the captain of the Wildcats.
It's Milky Boy off the wall. Horse was way more out towards like the far post and kind of rotated center, and sees what was happening on that wall, realized Milky Boy wasn't going to be able to get a lot of power behind that pass, and comes over to near post to set that up. Just seeing communication in action. A great read from Villanova. Great adjustments there on the goal line to give him goal number 5.
And now with short time remaining, this one is all but done and dusted. They're going to find another infield pass here, and that's been the name of the game here for Villanova. The passing plays coming in clutch here. They're going to get 1 more. Riley tacks on a second, and the Wildcats are starting to pour it on here late. 6-1 with 9 seconds to go.
Somebody buy Riley a milkshake. This gamer has earned it. Holy cow, what a night. What a night. Well, like I said, traditionally, third man for this squad. And now it's 6 shots, 2 goals, and 2 assists here in this game. An incredible star-studded performance coming out from Riley and Villanova as a whole, as they do take the series. Another clean 3-0 for this squad as they continue to dominate. And I mean, a Big East team where the competition is so stiff, a stacked division. Well, a conference was the word I was looking for. I couldn't remember the word conference. So that's embarrassing. But a stacked conference here in the Big East, and Villanova are really standing tall amongst the best.
It's really fun to see this squad, especially winning in this fashion too, because it's been interesting to watch the development of this team. And in previous seasons, it's been a lot of kind of individual efforts that have gotten the Wildcats wins. Horse on an air dribble gets them a late goal to secure a W, or, Pocus making a play, Riley having an incredible save or something. It's been a lot of individual efforts. That's what their offense used to be. Now, look at the chemistry these guys have. How many infield passes were they able to find to each other? And how frequently do you see plays like Horse make where you get double demos to set up your teammate for a goal? It was fantastic to see this group grow.
It was the best passing I have seen all day long, hands down. Well-oiled machine. And we're going to get to talk to the Wildcats. In fact, we're going to get to talk to their captain. I'm a Horse. Can you join us for an interview here after a short little break? We've got I'm a Horse on the line, captain from the Villanova squad. Hey, thanks for coming to talk with us. Always a pleasure, my friend. Congrats on the dub.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
I got to start off. I mean, Riley just had a phenomenal night. Jaw was on the floor. Like, how impressive was that?
I think Riley's performance was electric. I think Riley is very, very deadly when he's on. His offensive shooting and passing can be very deadly, and I think he just showed that as Exhibit A throughout this best of 5 series.
I mean, you got to give some credit to you as the captain as well. I know you had some just words of leadership to pull the best out of Riley. I mean, I say, buy him a pizza or something. Like, that deserves a reward. But y'all's passing was genuinely phenomenal tonight across the board. Is that something that y'all have been really focusing on?
Yeah, I would say so. I think there's the game reaches a meta to where fast rotations and great shots don't really work anymore, and you have to resort to passing to increase the pace of your offensive attack. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've been working on and trying to incorporate, while simultaneously not overextending on offense to prevent any counterattacks from the defensive team or the team on the other end.
Found that perfect balance tonight, my friend.
Thank you.
On the looking at this match in particular, I guess actually as the team as a whole, it's been interesting to kind of watch you guys grow and develop. You were talking about how sometimes it takes a minute for you guys to kind of get into the groove or get your players into a groove. Is there any kind of prep work that you guys do to try and get yourself game ready?
Of course. I mean, to be honest with you, we kind of did the same thing tonight as we normally do. Just get on, get the hands warm, get a couple practice games in, which I will admit were not our greatest matches. But I think once the camera was on, there was just something about the team that turned on, and Riley and Milky Boy and I put on a show.
And it was a blast to watch for sure.
And
sorry.
No. I was just gonna say it was a heck of a show. Yeah, I was echoing your thoughts as well. You got a couple of matches coming up. You got Idaho, one of the newcomers next week. Then you got Butler after that. I mean, you could be on track to just put up a phenomenal, one of the best seasons from Villanova. What are your thoughts going into the future in your upcoming matches? Anybody that you're nervous about or particularly excited to play?
I will say, just in general, the trajectory we've had as a team this year throughout the EGF split has been phenomenal. I know I'm a senior now. I know my sophomore year we went just about even. I think my junior year we were about 7-9. So to be sitting where we are right now is truly an honor, and I can't be more thankful for teammates and coaches that have put us here. In terms of teams that we're looking forward to, certainly Idaho is going to be a great match. I'm super excited about Kai Munch and Morales at Butler. A great when you talk about great defensive teams as well as offensive powerhouses, that definitely fits the ticket. I'm also of course again excited to play Xavier.
And I'd say Butler has been the other team that has had the same kind of impressive season, like really turned it around. So I'm really looking forward to that matchup because both of y'all are putting up, I think, the best Rocket League that I've seen in my time here at EGFC. So that should be a banger. And it has been an honor to get to watch y'all's growth. So I appreciate, you getting to come on and talk with us and sharing your thoughts and sharing the fantastic play. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go celebrate your victory and buy Riley a milkshake?
Yeah, shout out the team again. Shout out Riley, you did excellent today. Shout out Chuck, Milky Boy. Shout out Villanova Rocket League in general. Shout out Villanova Esports, Mr. Michael Hay. Shout out to all friends and family who are at home listening. And I just want to say, let this be I guess an example that my freshman year, things weren't always sunshine and rainbows, and it only took time and consistent effort for us to get to where we are today. So I can't be more thankful. Thank you guys.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words, dude. I love talking with you. Thank you so much for coming to interview. Congrats on the dub, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
There you go. As I'm a horse, senior captain of the Villanova squad, and sharing their thoughts here on this brilliant 8-2 season they've put up so far. But that is going to bring us to the end of that match. We have got one more coming up for you after a short little intermission. We're going to get UConn taking on DePaul when we return. More EGFC.
Though we are many, we are part of something. A force. Bigger than all of us. Our distinct fingerprints collectively shaping and forever changing what makes UConn, UConn. Forever making our mark. Forever making UConn a part of us.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Well, it is time for our final game of the evening. As when we're in week 2 of the spring split, week 10 overall, and really starting to get a feel for these teams. This final game is going to be the Huskies taking on the Blue Demons. UConn and DePaul both sitting at 5-4 coming into week 10.
Yeah, huge game for these two schools, both coming out of that Big East conference that can be so compact at times. This is really gonna be a big game, and UConn, they're coming off of that big game against UTA last week. That series was a lot closer than I think UTA expected, dropping a game early on. So this UConn squad playing with a little bit of fire under them. The Blue Demons are going to have their hands full.
I think it's worth noting that was against all three of UTA's starters as well. A deadly squad, and UConn really took them it down to the wire, really made them fight for every inch. DePaul have been on a bit of a rebuilding year. So we've seen some fresh faces around this season from DePaul, and we've seen mixed results from as a result. That was a bit redundant, apologies. But this is going to be a real test. UConn's going to be a tough opponent for him, I think, despite both records sitting at 5-4. Oh, okay. One of those new faces striking first blood here early in game one.
Yeah, Smooth Space able to sneak past one and get the flick at the last second there off the top crossbar and in to give the Blue Demons their first lead. And you got to remember, while this is a newer squad, it is DePaul. This is a solid esports program that has continued to churn out talent, and they are not going to go down without a fight here as they get the opener. And it's also a squad that, is coming off of, we talked about the turnover and the different players that we've seen. DePaul's defense has always been a strong point of their game, but now it's their offense that's coming alive. They get the demo, and Patso is going to punch in another.
Oh, an explosive second goal and a fantastic start here for the Blue Demons out of Chicago.
What a combo that was. So Joseph gets the demo and then immediately goes to hunt down the second player, and Smooth Space and Patso combine there to try and pinch that ball in, and Patso gets the credit for it. But now maybe an air dribble from Kaker gets shut down by Patso. Bumping off Shiro from this play as well. Can't find a clean touch. He'll kick it off the wall, but Joseph is there to be challenged by Anton. And Anton, one of the players for the side of UConn to really watch when he gets his wheels under him. UConn, they've made deep bracket runs when he is, catching fire. So if he gets into this series, look out.
Yeah, the captain of this squad and a senior as well. Lots of experience. And, well, UConn's going to need that leadership here if they want to strike back in game one. To the credit, UConn rarely has a 3-0 in either direction. To Kaker's credit, what a crazy angle to find that one out of the sky. Let's have another look at that. Puts it up off the wall. Smooth Space just narrowly misses. But that was such an acute angle from Kaker. Accurate as could be.
Yeah, you nailed it. What a crazy angle that was from Kaker to put that one on board. And that kind of slows the momentum down that the Blue Demons had as well. So good answer for the side of the Huskies to get that goal on the board. Kaker is 25th goal of the season as well with 3 minutes remaining. Now the pressure kind of falls to DePaul to make sure that this doesn't snowball, as Anton's going to throw a nice one on, but it's going to be saved away once more. Rebound chance, though, is left for Kaker. Joseph able to make the save on that ball. As we approach this halfway mark, you're starting to see UConn get a little bit more time of possession and time on attack.
UConn grabbed both midfield boosts. DePaul walked away with the ball, but only temporarily with that demo on the back end. A little shot off the wall, but Kaker pass to Anton. Anton's going to bury it. We're tied up.
You could see Anton's eyes widen as he saw the passing lane, and Kaker sees it too. Just boom that ball out, let Anton race after it, and even though he's only got a little bit of boost in the tank left, he's got all that momentum from picking up that mid boost that you mentioned, and he finds the gap, gets it over top of the back two defenders, and ties this game at 2 apiece.
Kind of feel the momentum swinging, not just in that play, but in this game one as a whole. Is the win now at the back of UConn. Sails are full and moving full speed ahead. Well, move full speed on the defense, but there they go. One in transition. The demo's going to open things up. Anton trying to go over the top, but Smooth Space is able to get there, has the resources, puts one on the post. White get it between the bars where they wanted. Joseph and Anton fight for possession in the corner. Kaker slows down, turns around, grabs the ball, flips it over one, heading into the middle. Can't get it past two, but nevertheless, UConn's able to force it into the red half. Joseph sends it back the other way, and it's become a battle of possession now as the ball goes into the corner. Joseph looking for somebody in the middle, but there's just nobody there. Kaker saw some pay dirt, but Smooth Space closed it down.
Closed it down very quickly as well. And now with a minute 30 left, we're still looking for someone to break through this even strength matches. Kaker's angle there, going for, again, a very acute angle, but still not enough on it. But Joseph, oh no, that one's going to bounce in, and Shiro's going to get the credit for it. But what an unfortunate sequence of events there for the Blue Demons.
Oh, and Joseph just stopped a little late. You can see the panic when he when he started to hit it in reverse. You can feel the panic. An unfortunate way for DePaul to give up their third goal in a row and the lead to boot.
And now, if you're DePaul, you got to find something here quickly, as you've only got just over a minute remaining here in game number 1 for what seems like such a strong start. UConn has responded in kind, and now Smooth Space will be able to move this ball forward. Joseph now trying to find a way out of this corner, but it's kicked up, and Kaker quick to play this ball forward, uses a ton of boost in doing so, but he gets the ball out, and now Anton's got a shot. That one's destined for the net, but what a save by Smooth Space, diving back along the goal line to make that play, and he'll make another save here on the roll-up.
Oh, and gets the touch over Kaker, but leaves it for Shiro. Finds an empty net. Finds the room to work, and a 2-goal lead here. 4 unanswered for the Huskies.
The offense of the UConn squad coming alive here. Shiro just off of a slight mistouch, and you know, I mentioned how DePaul defense has always been kind of an emphasis for them and how they play. Their defense here looking a little bit more panicky in this series, as they're going to get demoed here. Smooth Space gets eliminated by Kaker. Anton gets the challenge, but Joseph with a chance to shoot goes off the backboard, and Kaker will clear that one away. Patso just barely escapes the ball, or at least moves that ball away from Shiro, and now a short time left. Game 1 is all but done. That will allow the clock to tick down, and even if they get one here, it's going to be a UConn victory in the first game of this series.
And a comeback victory at that. Down 0-2 to start that one off. End up scoring those 4 unanswered, and a little help from the captain. I completely accidentally put a mark on my sheet, so I keep tally all these saves. You know, Soy and I are big stats heads. We like keeping track of all the stats and the saves and stuff. I legit put a tally on my sheet that Joseph scored a goal. Unfortunately, it was not in the correct net, Soy.
Yeah, and that kind of sparked the downfall of sorts there towards the end, because that 4th goal goes in, but you could also say, hey, DePaul's looking to make a play late and just gets kind of called out. But, you know, you also have to kind of favor the offensive chances that you saw from UConn in that series. I mean, you look at Anton's goal to equalize, that transition goal was beautiful. And then you look at the defense giving up goals late. It just seems like they're a little bit shaken here, as Kaker is going to find one early, just 9 seconds into the match here. Patso's kickout seemed decent, but Kaker's too quick to the play.
Oh, Patso, I think it was Patso almost had the save. I mean, it was 2 touches off the crossbar, off the post, rather. It's just not quite enough. I mean, it was like 1 pixel behind that ball. The difference between it spitting out and it being a UConn lead. And you can't help but feel it. You know, you kind of touched on it. DePaul's legs looking a little shaky, and UConn just continue to throw haymakers. Patso trying to bounce back into it. Nice shot. Well-placed ball. Goes behind the defender, and DePaul finally able to get one back after giving up 5 unanswered between the last 5.5 minutes.
It's a Villanova with those infield passes between Smooth Space and Patso there, but obviously not the same type of power, but the shot placement was just too good, beating that defender to the far post to tie things up, and a much-needed goal by DePaul to kind of slow down that momentum that UConn had in this series. But maybe one here. Ooh, Patso diving back to make that save against Anton. Shiro's going to get dunked here, and maybe something for Patso. It sneaks by, going to wiggles through there, and Kaker able to get it out of the zone for now.
Who's able to stuff Shiro enough It's Anton in the corner. Joseph with the challenge. The ball spits out to Patso at midfield. It's got smooth space on the right-hand side and a lot of boost to work with. Off the back wall, Kaker makes the read and finds the clear. Goes all the way back down into the other corner. Joseph doesn't get a good touch. Late, finally, able to get that ball. That was way too close.
Yeah, very dangerous. And Patso looking for something here. Trying to throw that one towards the back wall, and won't be able to do so, but Joseph now corralling that one. Anton quickly shutting that play down as now Shiro moves it forward. Looked for the demo there on smooth space, but unable to find it. UConn kind of caught in an awkward spot here offensively. A lot of players kind of occupying the same space. They got to spread out here if they want to break through this Blue Demons back line. They're getting challenged at midfield now. Patso drops it down, picks up the corner, and he will have the clear. Still plenty of time remaining as Kaker stalling out, and maybe smooth space can come up with something. Has to use a lot of boost, but the Blue Demons, a lot of passing plays here, but they're headed the wrong direction.
It was a smart touch, though. That back pass was actually really smart. It allowed them to at least get in the zone, but Kaker does eventually push all the way back down. It's going to land in Anton. That one goes off the post. A wicked fast shot, but didn't have the accuracy needed. Anton will get another look at it. Goes to the sky. I think wanted the double tap. Ball drops down in front of the net. Kaker's come up with it. Kaker has a chance for a second touch. Can't quite land it. Smooth Stace bounces off the wall desperately, trying to clear the zone. Bashiro's going to keep it in. Gets a demo as well, and Joseph just gets absolutely robbed. Smooth Stace finally able to boom it down. Joseph quickly going back the other way. It's 2v2 in the corner. Defense holds for UConn. They're able to clear the zone.
Just over 2 minutes remaining now, but you're starting to see DePaul warm up a little bit. Their defense is still a little panicky. Even here, a little bit of nerves coming in as that ball goes dangerously close to the post, but Joseph shuts it down, and this counterattack that DePaul has is getting dangerous. What an angle from smooth space. Top shelf, far post, and in. And the Blue Demons have the lead.
Look, DePaul just trying to lure UConn into a false sense of security. Like, I was panicking when we were on the other side of the pitch. And then blink your eyes and you'll miss it. DePaul come back with such a fast transition goal. Beautiful counterattack and incredible shot from smooth space. Joseph with an early demo, but guess what? You forgot the ball. Kaker picked it up and ties us back up immediately.
Yeah, quick response here off the kickoff. And I think the smoke screen actually ended up going against DePaul, even though they got the demo. Wasn't quite sure where all the bodies were. I think he ended up blocking his teammate, and that kicks the ball out to the midfield, and it's an easy follow-up for Kaker in that moment. But things now back to a tied game at 2 apiece. Still just over a minute 30 now on the clock, and it's interesting to see kind of where the offense is coming from for both sides as you look at DePaul. And with this kind of new roster iteration, just last week, we saw them really get a lot of big saves. A smooth space comes up with one here, but Shiro's follow-up is dangerous. But once again, Joseph on the back line making another key save defensively. Smooth space will be able to get this ball out. But smooth space, I think, is going to be an interesting player to watch. That was just his second goal in 2 games, really, or 2 series for the side of DePaul.
And I love what Smooth Space was trying to do there. Very clever play to center the ball and tee it up for a teammate to come in and punch it home. It didn't quite pan out that time, but that big brain move, like a very original move, which is not something you can say very often. You don't see a lot of like, wow, that was truly unique. I didn't see that coming, and UConn almost didn't either. Unfortunately for DePaul, it didn't quite pan out, but Smooth Space is going to get another attempt here as they move in. 1v2 in the corner form. Anton with the steal, but it lands right at Patso. Patso punches it to the other side. Joseph coming in to meet along the wall. Kaker says, fine, I'll go off the wall. Turns it back inside. Gets around Patso. Grabs the boost. Going up, looking for Anton in the middle, but the pass is too hard. It's going to drift back to midfield.
A little bit eager there with 10 seconds to go. Dangerous ball in here. Maybe Patso if he can get this one out, but no, Kaker wise to the play. Low roller. Still near the ground, and it will touch, and we've got our first overtime between these 2 teams.
DePaul did a good job of shaking off what looked like they lost some momentum. We're talking about shaky legs, and then, Smooth Space, threatening a game-winning goal here in OT. Paul did a great job of kind of recovery and shaking off some early missteps. Demo here trying to open things up. Pats with the midfield line. Kaker with the steal. Kaker in the sky. Driving for the corner. Joseph misses, but so does Kaker. Ball will drift in as teams battle for possession. Anton with a nice little backflip. Gets over too. Joseph turn around, gets the contact. Trying to steal the ball, but it lands right in Kaker's face. That one gets blocked. Spits out. Shiro up to the sky. Loses control. Ball will drift harmlessly down. Bounces as two more players miss. And now it's up into the sky. Back into midfield, and a sloppy 30 seconds here from both of our squads.
Well, it's a little sloppy because DePaul has just said, okay, we're done messing around. Let's ring the bell here, see how physical you are. Joseph and Smooth Space have gotten so many bumps and demos in the past couple of seconds here, and they're the team on defense. But here, Kaker might have an opening, finds two demos, but Smooth Space gonna buy some time here with that clearance. Patso's not gonna win the race of this one. Shiro gets a dunk. That's in a dangerous spot. Off the backboard, they don't find the touch, but everyone on UConn just waiting, playing patient to see where that ball would land, and it will find its way into the blue half.
Another key clear from Smooth Space, who's really stepped up in a big way here in game number 2. Patso driving to the middle. Kaker able to read that ball. Booms it back down to the other side. Across the sky. Steals it from one. Off the backboard. Drop it in the middle. Patso passes it back out to Joseph, where it takes an awkward bounce, and Shiro's going to get a look. That one into the corner. Smooth Space credited with the save. And now taking the stab at it. Drops it into the middle. Nobody there to punch it home. DePaul breathing a sigh of relief as Joseph looking to send it the other way. Gives it to Patso. Patso didn't quite get enough oomph on it. Bit of an easy drift. Denied. Smooth Space turn. Didn't like what they saw. Sends it into the other corner. Just try to maintain possession here in the blue half. Jiro wants it out of there. Anton wants some boost. Jiro just decided to single-handedly drive this thing back into the red zone. Patso off the wall. Smooth Space with the touch. Joseph coming in with a look. Anton shuts it down.
Anton with a smart play there. If he had bit on that first opportunity, it could have been an easy follow-up for the side of DePaul. They controlled the boost there for, I think, the last 30 seconds or so. So good play from UConn to be able to buy themselves some time. And now, as we're 3 minutes into overtime, they're still looking for someone to break through here. And I feel like it's going to take, a fantastic solo effort from someone to really make a play happen. Is here Patso threatening so much. The follow-up shot is gonna get in. Smooth Space with the punch in. And I think Patso gets a bump here on Anton and Shiro with nowhere to run to. Smooth Space with the overtime winner.
Smooth Space really saving the day here for the Blue Demons. Had a fantastic game, too. And what an important way to... when you try to make that turnaround, when the momentum is just not in your favor, it can be so hard to kind of claw your way back in and find your stride. And I think Smooth Space doing a wonderful job of kind of leading the way. 796 points here in this Game 2 dub.
I mean, 3 saves, 2 goals. He did such a fantastic job. And again, for a player that has kind of seemingly slotted into more of a second man or third man type of role. Joseph, typically that player for DePaul this season that has been, the lead guy, the player who's pressing the most forward, leads the team in goals this season. And Patso, just last week, was able to rack up a ton of goals, but he and Smooth Space seem to have this kind of uncanny chemistry that's out of nowhere. I mean, to our knowledge, they haven't played together before, so it's one of those things that just seems unnatural, and yet they're able to make plays. But speaking of playmakers, Anton is not happy with the result of that last game and wants to get UConn off on the right foot here.
Just able to sink that thing in off the crowd. That was stylish. That was flashy. That was amazing. That was an 11-second goal here to open up Game 3 for the Huskies.
Huge one at that for Anton and company. He might have a second one. Look at this air dribble.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow, the defense completely caught off guard here. Look at this. Flips, threatens, gets the extra touches, and Joseph gets bamboozled on the back wall.
That's the perfect word for it. Joseph didn't know which way to go. Anton was spinning in all directions. There was no way to predict that. Anton threatening a hat trick here in the first minute. It's Kaker who's going to lob one up. Oh, narrowly misses the mark. Joseph with a nice move. Has Patso on the left-hand side. Kaker forces it out into the corner. Gets an extra touch, but it lands right in Smooth Space's lap. Shiro with a brilliant save in the 1v2.
And you could see even in that moment, Patso was ready for the rebound. He was trying to stuff that ball in afterwards. DePaul knows, hey, we can't let Anton just run wild and free. We've got to find ways to score here, but maybe Shiro out the corner. Patso cuts it short. Smart play there, even though it looks like he's shooting on his own net. The fact that it's off target means his defense can get back to the ball first.
Kaker out of the air. Patso intercepts off the wall, puts it in deep into the corner. Smooth Space try to work with it. No, it just bounces back out. Joseph puts it to the other side, but there's nobody from DePaul over there. I don't think quite where they were wanting that ball to go, as now Shiro has possession. Drops it for Anton. He throws it off the wall. And both teams just fighting for better control at the moment. Anton comes across, put it off the top backboard, looking for somebody in the middle. Joseph actually puts it off the backboard again to deny a shot. Second time we've seen DePaul throw it back towards their own net just to make sure UConn doesn't give it a good look.
And it's so dangerous here because UConn, you're seeing that these passing lanes are open. It means that if DePaul has to use that strategy in the first place defensively, it means they're slow to the play. It means that UConn has control of how fast the ball is entering this half, and it is something that is making DePaul real uncomfortable. It never feels good to try and make that play, because as you're making it, you go, boy, I hope I don't own goal this as you make it. So DePaul, they got to find something here to break out of their own half. That's been a huge difficulty so far, because the way that UConn is applying pressure, even there, just off of a simple drop down, 3 players commit onto that ball, and that's expending a lot of resources and not leaving much for their offensive attack.
As you can see, we just went to 2 players, both sitting at 0 boost. Smooth Space did grab the boost out of the back heading into this, but Patso's starved as well. Everybody hungry, and nobody can get to Kaker, who puts up goal number 3 here for the Huskies.
What a juke. Kaker jumped, baited Patso, didn't touch the ball to bait Joseph, and then the fast roller to the far post. He just beat every single member of DePaul with a mind game. What a play from Kaker.
That was incredible. 4th goal of the night there for Kaker. And they move in and drop the ball in front of the net. Anton wisely doesn't want to overcommit for it and just rotates back. Credited with that save. Now has possession along the wall. Where goes the boost? Try to maintain it. It's popped up for Shiro. Shiro throw it into the middle. Kaker and Anton kind of collided on it, and the ball spits out towards the corner. Speaking of colliding, Smooth Space runs into Joseph. Actually turns them around and face the ball again. That was an interesting little interaction we just saw. Kaker with the demo. Shiro touch towards the back. Knocked down out of the corner for Smooth Space. Looking for the clear, but just ends up putting it along the back wall, and it's right back in Kaker's hands in front of the net. Looking for the double tap, doesn't find it. Patso drops it back to Joseph. Shiro with the steal. Smooth Space has to just be back there to force that one into the corner. DePaul cannot afford to go in any more of a deficit now. Really needs something to happen on this attack, and the shot goes high. Joseph still has it, and Anton will win the 50. Boots it up. Smooth Stays trying to keep it in the zone. Patso will succeed in such. Shiro doesn't hit the ball, and DePaul still have a chance here on this one. 60 seconds left in Game 3.
Another. Look at this infield pass to Shiro to make it 4-0, and now you're getting desperate if you're DePaul to try and win this game in particular. But what a kick out that was, the pass from Kaker to find Shiro right at the midfield line to roll that ball in to make it 4-0. And in a series that has been back and forth through the first 2 games, UConn's offense just seemingly never stops.
And it was such a smart play from Shiro to go mid, seeing that all at DePaul were hugging the wall. And then, of course, Kaker with the perfect pass, put it right on the mark. 33 seconds remaining, and DePaul's chances dwindling with every one that ticks away. Anton was looking for the nail in the coffin there. Although that coffin might already be sealed shut as Kaker is going to get another touch, and UConn are maintaining possession. Steals. Oh no, Smooth Space did manage to grab that boost, but still can't manage to wrestle control of the ball. Paul struggling to escape their own half here in the final seconds of Game 3.
Short time remaining. They might have one more. Joseph is able to make that save, but the clock will hit zeros, and this ball will touch the ground, and UConn head to match point in this best-of-5 series. But I feel like the difference maker is just, I mentioned at the end of game number 2 how it felt like it's going to take an incredible individual effort from someone to try and break the tie. It felt like everyone on UConn kind of had their moment, especially Anton and Kaker with the plays that they were able to pull off in this game.
I mean, Anton with just 2 highlight reel goals to open up Game 3 really just made a statement. I mean, kind of set the stage for the rest of that, and whatever DePaul had managed to recapture in Game 2, I felt like Anton just sucked it all away.
Yeah, that early goal, when you let in a goal like that, you just kind of have to, find a way to mentally reset. But it's so difficult because of the way that, Anton then comes right back with a second goal, right? And it's just one of those things where, when you let in goals like that, that mental reset is a whole lot easier said than done in a moment like this. But DePaul they've still got a chance in this series. The biggest thing is that they've got to shut down Anton, I guess, because Anton is running wild through the midfield here. Look at all the space he has to work with.
Oh, what a cut. And 2 DePaul players just end up behind him, then is able to beat the 3rd defender. Anton is dancing around the Blue Demons right now.
He really is. He's got so much space to work with in that instance and so much boost. And where does he find it all too, right? He's backtracking to make that play to pick up some extra pads and then get the flick, the control he had, just beautiful stuff all the way around for Anton. And once again, UConn grabbing an early lead. And we saw in that first game when UConn was able to strike early after DePaul had that opening goal, it felt like DePaul kind of struggled to bounce back afterward and find answers. Their offense has not had nearly as many chances to shoot as this UConn squad has, especially after that game number 3. And now they're going to have to come up with something a minute into the action here.
Yeah, DePaul found a lot of success with the physicality, good physical play in Game 2. And I feel like UConn have adapted nicely. We're seeing them play a lot tighter formations and just dropping the ball around. A lot of short passes. Anton here working off the wall. Was trying to drop it for Shiro in the middle, but the ball just didn't quite go where he wanted. Now fighting in the corner. Shiro in the 1v2. Ball spits it out to Kaker. Kaker buries it here for goal number 2.
So gets kind of stockpiled in the corner here, and Smooth Space gets left in really a bad spot to have the ball. You got to clear it from the wall, but the last thing you want to do in any sport is clear it right up the middle, because that's the easiest place for the defense, or for your opponent, I should say, to collapse on it. And Kaker, the benefactor, just slots that one in around the sea of defenders, finds the gap, and extends the lead to 2 apiece. And now DePaul really in a pickle this series.
Anton trying to make some more magic happen. Not on this one, but Shiro's going to get the touch in. 2 defenders go up for it. Oh, Anton had gotten a solid shot of that. Might have been deadly. Shiro looking for the double tap. Smooth Space denies them that opportunity. Kaker into the corner. Goes over one. Has Anton in the middle. Anton with the easiest goal of the day. There was no red card anywhere on screen when that goal goes in. Kaker just sets him up perfectly.
The control on the defensive touches, it's just barely getting away from him. Smooth Space has the ball, but Joseph is the second man in that rotation, and he turns back because the challenge just goes so awry. He can't find a way to read it, and that leads to the open net. Now there's a demo coming through here. That might free up some space, but UConn with the control through the midfield to ensure that there's no follow-up here from the side of the Blue Demons, and Kaker to try and stall that one out. Patso looking for Joseph, back to Patso, the give and go finds Smooth Space, but look at that. I believe that was Shiro getting in front of that ball.
A great sequence from DePaul. You can see what they were trying to do with it, and it nearly worked. And I think that kind of quick passing is what I would like to see more out of. I mean, DePaul clearly have the skills to get those passes on target. If it'd just been a hair faster, I think that would have been a goal. Now DePaul on the defense once again. Smooth Space is able to force the ball out from in front of the net. Joseph trying to find the clear. Over to Smooth Space. Nice pass there, but can't get over Anton. Ball goes back to Smooth Space, and DePaul got to try again.
They reset once more in Smooth Space. Won't be able to move that ball out. Now a kick out here from Anton. Going up for the air dribble. Brings it back centered, but Smooth Space is there. Joseph also stalled out here. And again, it feels like every time DePaul get this ball into the blue half, it takes so much effort. Even here, Smooth Space is the one pressing forward, but he's got no boost. He can't even take the corner here as he gets bumped. Shiro's got that 100 boost now. Joseph makes a play on it, but Smooth Space and Patso are retreating here. And a midfield shot. No, it's a pass to Caker. What a bullet of a pass, and what a better shot. 91 miles per hour on this.
Look at that immaculate pass from Anton. That was incredible. And the speed of that ball is just indicative of how spectacular that play truly was. Picking up that pass at that speed, frames to react, frames to aim. And UConn making it look easy. 4-0 with 1 minute remaining. They're on match point. Looking to close this thing out right here, right now, as they are not giving an inch to DePaul. DePaul has to fight so hard. Nothing seems to be working. Anton now has a hat trick and 6 on the day.
51 seconds left. It's a 5-goal game. DePaul, you need a goal every 10 seconds, and that's just to bring it back to a tie. This is a tall task indeed, but yeah, UConn, I don't know. You know what? It's reminiscent to me of those UTA series where UTA drops a game and then says, "Okay, it's time to go to work." The UConn, they dropped that game too, and they were not happy about it. They turned on the Jets here in games number 3 and 4, and now with 30 seconds remaining, they're poised and ready to get win number 6 of the season.
Yeah, this one is done and dusted. A goal every 4 seconds, 5 times in a row. It just seems way out of reach here for the Blue Demon squad. They've lost all that wind in their sails that I had talked about. UConn steal the momentum. They're going to steal away this game 4 and the series. UConn will move up to 6-4 on the season. But man, I feel like the record does not reflect the talent behind this Husky squad.
Yeah, you and I were talking about how UConn, they had such a rough schedule coming in. They had so many close losses, and the Big East is so compact. For them to get a win here against DePaul, who, if you'll remember, was in the Big East Conference Finals against Seton Hall just last year, for them to take down this squad in this fashion, I mean, this is kind of their statement game, and in back-to-back weeks, too. They took that game off of UTA's starting squad, and now they shut out a grand finalist of the Big East, or at least get a goal here, and Shiro's going to get one for the road as well here in this final game. But it feels like all of a sudden, for a team that's just barely above 500, they've come alive. There's a spark to this team this season.
Yeah, UConn making a statement that, don't look at the record and count them out. And you're talking about close losses. 3 of those 4 losses are Map 5 losses. They're nothing but Map 5 losses. The only other exception is UTA. Just the team to beat, the juggernaut, and that's the only team that's been able to even remotely cleanly beat Connecticut. But this definitely feels like they had a chip on their shoulder, and the Huskies came out with something to prove today here against the Blue Demons. An astonishing performance across the board, and some wonderful in-game adjustments. DePaul came and won that game too, getting more physical and creating more opportunities, and an incredible mental bounce back from DePaul. Credit where credit's due to those guys. But UConn, man, they really did find another gear in games 3 and 4.
Yeah, and DePaul, I mean, able to take that game, but after they take that overtime win, it was all UConn, and honestly, I'm getting flashbacks to season 2 for this squad, because season 2, UConn had a little bit of a shaky start. The fall split, I think they went 1-7. Then the spring split comes around, they go up to 9-7, and they end up winning the Big East. They end up in the top 4 of the league championship that year. It feels like this UConn squad is starting to get a little bit back to that point where things looked a little shaky at first for this team, but you got to realize they're starting to hit their stride here in the latter portion of the season.
Well, we're going to get to talk to Shiro here momentarily. You know what? Maybe we'll ask if they think that's a possibility here. Can they go undefeated for the rest of the spring split this time? Oh, I'm anxious to find out what Shiro has to say. We'll have that interview for you in just a minute. We've got Shiro on the line here from University of Connecticut. Hey, congratulations on the victory. Thanks for doing the interview with us.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
So we were talking that this is your first season, not only with this team, but at the school in general. You transferred to UConn, is what you were telling us here before we went live. Why? What made you choose University of Connecticut?
Honestly, it was more of like a preference of being closer to home. I really like it here, though, and I really enjoy being able to be on an esports team with the boys. They were really welcoming, especially Anton, because a lot of the guys are newer, especially Kaker. Kaker's a freshman, and I believe both of our other teammates are freshmen as well. So just a really welcoming person. Everyone else in the Discord is super nice as well. So it's just super nice to be able to be in a nice home, you know.
What has it been like slotting in with these guys? Do y'all do anything like outside of scrims and practice and stuff? Do y'all do anything to kind of help bond or to help build that friendship?
You know, me and Kaker, we sometimes go to the rec and play basketball, pick up basketball, you know.
No, that sounds like an awesome way to build some synergy.
Yeah, but as for everyone else, we kind of just do our own thing. And I know Anton's usually a pretty busy guy, and we all have pretty full schedules, but you know, sometimes we like to throw that in there.
And so looking forward for you guys, you get a big win here this week. I believe that you're now, you get a big win here this week, so you're up to 6-4, another Big East team down. There's a couple other big games coming up for you guys. Next week you get Montana, you get another rematch against DePaul, I believe, right after that. Is there anyone you're looking forward to playing this season, or can you give us any insight on your prep work week in and week out?
Honestly, for me, like as a player by myself, the biggest team that I'm looking forward to playing is Seton Hall, just because I'm always trying to improve, and I know that they're known to be really good. So probably them. I really enjoy playing good teams, so just anything to make me a better player. That's what I look forward to.
Fair
love
enough.
Yeah. Okay, so let's zoom in a little bit. Let's talk about this series against DePaul. You're 1-1 after game 2. DePaul able to take that game 2 in overtime, and what seemed like a pretty physical game where they were kind of, they were kind of bullying a little bit. What changes were made? What happened in between game 2 and 3 that y'all were able to come out and then just run the gambit on them and really set the tempo from then on in?
So Anton really wasn't feeling himself, or that's what I got from it, and he was just like, "All right, time to change decals," and he changed to a first killer decal, and he was like, and he just started popping off. So we kind of just let him do his thing, and he started going off, and we were like, "Okay, Anton's back."
It's all about the decal, huh?
Exactly. When you have a named player as your decal, then you start doing better.
I mean, could y'all feel that? Like, did you feel like the energy go up and kind of morale
100%.
improve again? That's amazing.
100%. We just started laughing around. Like, we just started laughing about everything and just having fun with it instead of being like too serious about it. Because I feel like we play our best whenever we especially myself, whenever we just have fun with it and laugh around about everything,
You're not the first player I've heard that from, and I think that's such wisdom, and I think that's something that other players could learn from as well. Because bouncing back and fixing the mental is one of the most difficult things to do. So that's brilliant. It's like one decal swap, and y'all are boom right back on.
Exactly.
Amazing. Oh man. Well, hey, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Any shout outs you want to give out there before we let you get out of here?
I want to shout out Anton, the team, Caker, Darren, Lamb, the Omega One, and yeah, everyone else that's part of UConn.
Wonderful. Well, hey, thanks again for coming to talk with us. Congrats on the dub. Good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you, man.
There you go. That was Shiro Jr. From UConn, new this season, and man, just slotting it nicely, Soy. Like this team's looking good.
Yeah, the chemistry of this team seems seemingly just always taking another step week in and week out. They continue to improve, and don't overlook this team because of their record. A lot of those games are very close, and they are seemingly hitting their stride here right towards the latter half of this season.
Well, I guess that's gonna about wrap things up for us tonight. It's been a heck of a week too. A lot of overtimes, a lot of good games, and we're gonna have more good games for you in the future. We've got action all week long here at EGF, so be sure you're following on Twitter at officialEGF and be notified when your school is playing and what games are going on. Otherwise, Will and I will see you next week. Enjoy the rest of your evening, friends. Have a good one.